Is there any sound expected at this time?
So I'll do a short introduction for our moderator for the first device track of the day. This is Michelle Gabriel Sandrian. She is our assistant director for our pre-market teams. She is got a background in ophthalmology, has an expertise for doing device review submissions, as well as leads our pre-market program. So everybody give a warm welcome to Michelle.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks everybody for being here. Good morning. As Joe said, my name is Michelle Gabriel Sandrian, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Pre-Market Industry Education team in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. Today is day one. We have a pre-market focus today. We're really excited for our presenters today. Tomorrow, day two, will be led by Tanya Wilbon, who leads the post-market and consumer education teams in DICE. So we're thrilled to be back this year after a break last year. We're so glad that you guys could join us either in person or online. Thank you for being here. Please be prepared to ask questions. You're here, you've taken the time to be here, and we hope you can make the most of this day. As Joe mentioned, my background is in optics and imaging, so I have to start with this slide related to that. But I think when you're looking at the regulatory landscape and you're just getting started, or if you've been in this space for a long time, there are always parts of this world that are blurry. You might be starting out in beginning of your planning of a device and have questions about your classification of your device. Or you might be a small business. I know we have many small business registrants today, and you might be wondering if there's any resources available for you. Or you could have questions about how to optimize your submission so that you have the best quality submission and you have fewer deficiencies and interruptions to your plan going forward. You might be incorporating AI into your devices and have questions about the ways to do that efficiently. Or you could have a cyber device that you now have to consider the cybersecurity regulations. We're going to talk about all those topics today. I really hope that you have some more focus and are able to answer, we are able to answer a lot of questions you might have. If we don't get to them, you can ask. We have a lot of time built into our program today for you. We're here to help and to provide clarity for your path going forward. So CDRH, CBER, and CDR organize this program so that you could learn directly from FDA experts in regulatory policy. But we're actually here every day. So the Division of Industry and Consumer Education has several resources available for you. We have our device advice pages, which are text-based information. We have, to complement that, on-demand modules, recordings of our webinars, and video educational materials for you to access 24/7 anywhere in the world. We have our division team members. This is the core of our group. We have real people able to answer your questions via phone and via email. We're here Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and 1 to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And we have our email address, dice@fda.hhs.gov, where we strive to provide responses to your questions in a timely manner, ideally within 2 business days of receiving your question, which brings me to the Premarket Industry Education team. This is my team. These are the real people behind the questions that you are sending in to us every day. They care about answering your questions and helping you move your products forward. Together with our post-market and our consumer colleagues and our operations team, Joe Tardle, our acting assistant director, Tanya Wilburn, our post-market and consumer team assistant director, we're here to help you, and we really want to be able to answer your questions. This program today would not be possible without everyone in this room in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. We've worked really hard on our own to build this program into something that we think that you can benefit from today and going forward. We really want to make sure that we're accessible. We have a booth outside in the hallway with additional members of our team there to answer your questions today. And just an overview of the day today. So the program is sort of broken up into the earlier sessions of the day are foundational tools to help enable regulatory success. Throughout the whole day, we'll be talking about ways to streamline submissions. And then towards the end, we'll encounter some more emerging technologies and modern challenges that actually are applicable to many of you in this room developing your products as we go forward. Our presenters today, I have 2 members of the Division of Industry and Consumer Education pre-market team presenting. We have Morgan Lee and Kendra Holter. We also have Robert Fink from the Small Business Determination Program. Our CDRH subject matter experts in digital health, Aneesh Deoras. Justin Post from the cybersecurity team. And Aldo Badano, who is going to be speaking on regulatory science tools. Our day, again, as I mentioned, is broken down into different areas. We'll have a lot of information about foundational tools and ways to bring your device to market, excuse me. And we also have tips and tricks for filling out eSTAR. We get a lot of questions about eSTAR. And you'll notice as you go through the day that we've baked in a lot of questions that we get every day from people. Our presentations are intentionally designed to help answer questions that we get en masse from people. So we hope that you'll find that information useful as well. And then we also have some more advanced topics, including artificial intelligence in medical devices, pre-market cybersecurity, and regulatory science. I wanted to point out the breaks too, so you can make sure that you are aware of the times that we have breaks in the program. So this is the agenda as a whole, but the yellow sessions are when, if you're in the room, we have one-on-one time with our presenters. This is for in-person attendees, and well, this will be occurring during the lunch break with the morning presenters and after the online closing at the end of the day with the afternoon presenters. So please, if you have specific questions, you can bring those to the presenters of each session. Oops. Ask your questions in the Q&A pod in Adobe Connect. We have 2 members of the division, Giselle and Joseph, who are moderating our online questions, and they'll be triaging and making sure that they are answered as closely in time as possible that we can, but we may run into the more questions. We usually run into more questions than we have time for, but please still ask your questions, because we actually use that information to feed forward into our planning for educational content going forward and for future CDRH Learn modules, device advice pages, and REdI presentations. So it's all really important for us. It's important for us to get your questions, and you can ask your questions. If it's a question that we are not able to answer, we may refer you to a pre-submission program or to others in the center who can help you out. And then you've already seen, if you're in the room, the FDA guest Wi-Fi. I mentioned about the microphones. We've also been asked by the IT team to use internet sparingly. You might notice that the internet can slow down if a lot of people are using it. So please pay attention to the program and ask and use the internet when you need to. We have a session evaluation that is in Adobe Connect. There's a link to that. If you're watching, you'll see each session has an evaluation, and then at the end there'll be a survey. There's an overall evaluation that Brenda pointed out in the opening session, so I won't belabor this point, but you only have a limited amount of time to receive this. Once you submit the post-course evaluation, which will come in a thank you email, you have to download the certificate right away. I think you can only do that immediately after filling out the survey, and the survey is only available for 2 weeks. Our recordings will be posted on the event webpage once they're available. I believe this will happen the end of this week. We'll refine it as well, and then host a more refined version in a couple of weeks once we've had time to go back to it. And again, submit your questions using the on-screen Q&A pod. And finally, your call to action. You're here, you're taking the time to do this. Please ask your questions, learn from our experts, visit our booth if you're here in person, and provide feedback via our survey so we can continue to make a strong program going forward. And of course, take advantage of the DICE resources we have for you today and going forward. We're here to help, and we come in peace. So please ask and learn. All right, we hope that by the end of today's program, you have some more clarity on some things that you may have questions about, but let's get started. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Okay. So I'm going to introduce both of the presenters for the next session, so with their bios. But these are sort of the abbreviated version, but we have a full bio for each presenter online. I encourage you to check that out as well. First, we have Lieutenant Commander Morgan Lee. Lieutenant Commander Morgan Lee is a consumer safety officer on the pre-market industry education team in DICE. She's been at the FDA, or she's been in DICE since 2023, and brings extensive experience in both pre-market review and emergency response operations from her previous roles in the agency. Lieutenant Commander Lee started at FDA in 2016, and her work included time as an emergency coordinator in the Office of Emergency Operations, where she helped manage the FDA's response to major public health events like the COVID-19 pandemic. Her foundational experience at the agency was forged in the anesthesiology devices branch within the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, or OPEC, as many of you may know it. As a reviewer, she was responsible for the scientific and regulatory evaluation of medical products in the anesthesiology field, including devices such as anesthesia gas machines and pulse oximeters. Following this role, she served with the Center for Tobacco Products as a reviewer focusing on electronic nicotine delivery systems. And then we'll have Robert Fink, who is an advisor to CDRH in the Small Business Determination Program. He's an advisor in the Office of Operations, where he leads the Medical Device User Fee Amendments Small Business Determination Program. He also serves as a liaison to the CDRH, facilitating coordination of all user fee matters. In these roles, Robert provides guidance to industry stakeholders, develops program policy, and helps small businesses understand their eligibility for fee benefits and waivers under MEDUFA, supporting their access to FDA's regulatory processes. All right, with that, I'll turn it over to Morgan.
I'm a little short, so I wanted you to see more of me. All right. So I'll go ahead and get started. As Michelle mentioned, my name is Lieutenant Commander Morgan Lee. I'm with the Division of Industry and Consumer Education, and that's within the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. And today I'm going to be walking through the product classification database. I'm going to be showing you a hypothetical example of how to use the database. So when you're starting out on your product development, you might have some questions as it relates to FDA, specifically CDRH. These include, is my product a medical device? If so, what classification is it? And then what are the regulatory requirements associated with that device? So today, as I mentioned, I'm going to help you determine how to find your answers by using the product classification database. So I'll go ahead and get into my learning objectives. I have 3 learning objectives for you all. The first is to state the steps of the device determination process. It's the fundamental first process that we want to go through. And then I'm going to show you how to apply multiple search strategies within the product classification database. And finally, review the results page of that database so you can determine some of those key regulatory requirements for you. All right, I want to get into what the Division of Industry and Consumer Education does and what we don't do. Michelle mentioned it a little bit, and I just want to kind of go into it in a little bit more detail. So what do? We empower our stakeholders, you all, but by providing educational resources. These include resources that talk about medical device regulations, guidance, policies, and things of that nature. We also, so on the bottom of the slide, I have 2 resources that Michelle already mentioned in one of her slides. I will have a similar slide at the end that goes over these 2. Device advice, that's our text-based resource for the regulatory information. We have a lot of good articles walking you through how to do certain things like classify your device, steps for getting your device to market, things like that. And then we have CDRH Learn. If you're more of a visual learner, we have modules, webinars, things like that that you can look through. And on Michelle's slide, she also mentioned email and phone, right? We are here to answer your questions by email and phone if you call in. One of the things that we've noticed, we get a lot of questions about device classification. And so we heard you, and that's why we're going through this today, just to show you an example of how you can classify your device. So what don't we do at DICE? We are not consultants, so we actually don't make regulatory determinations for you. We cannot determine whether your product is a device. We cannot classify your device. We're going to show you the steps of how you can figure that out on your own. We're an educational resource for you. And just as a disclaimer, this example is just for an illustrative purpose. All right, so we'll go ahead and get into that first objective that I had, the device determination. So there's 2 steps for device determination. The bottom of the slide has the how to determine if your product is a medical device webpage outline, very useful device advice webpage that you can rely on in the future. And those 2 steps include first determining if your product meets the definition of a medical device. On the next slide, I will have the full definition up for you to look at. And then if it does, you want to search for the appropriate product classification. And again, that step 2 is what we're going to be spending most of our time on today during this presentation. So here is the full medical device definition. It's very long. I will not read it verbatim. But at a high level, a medical device is intended for the use in diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease or other conditions in man or animal, and it does not achieve the primary purpose through a chemical action. So that's really important to note. I highlighted the intended for use part in red text, and that's just important because that intended use is something you think about when you're classifying too. So when you're reading through the medical device definition, you want through the product classification database. That is the database I am focusing on today and walking you through today. The second, you can use you can search for similar devices using other pre-market databases. So, for example, you could search the 510K database or the PMA database. If you already know kind of what you're looking for, if you know it's been cleared or approved, this might be an appropriate step for you. And then you also can use the registration and listing database. Some devices, like class 1 devices, may not need a pre-market submission necessarily, but the manufacturer will register and list. So you could search there to see what they classified their devices as and kind of see what other devices there are classified as well. And again, we're focusing on that search method 1 for this presentation. This is a good place to start if you don't know a lot about what's on the market already. So it's a nice broad place to start your search. But the other search methods are useful as well. All right, and this is a screenshot of the product classification database. The webpage link to it is located on the bottom of this page here. And this is what I call the advanced view of the search page. So I'll kind of walk through the search fields, how to search them briefly. So you can search by device. You could do a generic device like catheter, syringe, things like that. You can search by a regulation number. So the regulation number is going to be a 7-digit number. The first 3 digits are going to relate to a medical specialty or review panel. So those are things like cardiovascular, ear, nose, and throat. So you actually could search the regulation number just by the first 3 digits, or you could select that review panel dropdown and search that way as well. Or you can search the specific regulation number if you know that as well. And then you have a product code. That's going to be a 3-letter code. The product codes are going to delineate differences in technology, indications, claims for that specific device. So there actually can be multiple product codes within one regulation number. So if you search by product code, that's going to be a more targeted search. Regulation number could give you multiple product codes when you search by that. And as I mentioned, review panel is going to be related to medical specialty, things like cardiovascular. And there's other drop downs that you can filter the search more. So submission type, you could search by, for example, a 510K, a device class, like class 1, 2. And then these circled portions are just attributes that you would select yes or no, or ineligible, eligible. So it's kind of a nice way, it's an expansive way to search. You can search by a lot of different things using the database. For this first and click on go to quick search. And then you can see I can type in the quick search bar the keyword I want to use. And in this example, I'm typing in guide space wire, so 2 words. And clicking search, and then I get my results. So I have 11 results total here. The first 10 are showing up here. The next page will have that 1 extra result that I can look through. So I just want to note, because of time, right? Like I'm kind of ahead in the search, right? Like this is the search I think is the most targeted one. But when you're doing these searches, you want to brainstorm, think about words that describe your product, write all of them down, perform multiple searches, right? You really want to see what is out there, what's the landscape, and then you can find the appropriate classification for your device. So here's a more detailed screenshot of the results that I got. I'm going to focus on the first 10 because it'll give you what I need you to understand about this. So as I mentioned, regulation numbers and product codes, right? Product codes, there could be multiple in the same regulation number. So for this example, the 870.1330 has 4 product codes within it. And as I mentioned before, the product codes are going to delineate the technology, the indications, right? There is a neurovasculature guide wire for use with the catheter. There's a reprocessed one. There's also a kit and then just a guide wire catheter. So again, the product codes are kind of going to distinguish between those differences within the regulation number. So it's really important to note that. As you're doing the search and looking through these results, you want to make sure that if you see something that looks promising, go ahead and click on it and read it through in detail. That's really going to help you figure out whether it fits or not. The Code of Federal Regulations is going to give you a definition that you can also read through to really determine what is the best regulation product code for my product. And for this example, we'll say that I'm just looking for a guide wire for use with the catheter. The DQX actually looks like the most promising result for me. That's the broadest one, I think, that because it's not reprocessed, it's not for neurovasculature. So we're going to stick with this for the rest of our demo as the product code that we're going to look at and kind of go into the results page for that. Before we do that, I do want to walk through another search because I have enough time to kind of vary the search a little bit. I want to show you what happens when I do a different search. So I'm going to go to quick search on this. And this time I am going to type in guide wire with no space. So it's one word. The previous search I did guide wire with space. So it's technically 2 words. And in this result, you actually see I get 17 results. The last one I got 11 results with the guide space wire, right? So it's finicky. It will give you different results. You want to make sure you're trying to vary the search, use plurals, guide wires. The other thing you'll notice, and you may not have seen it in the video, but the DQX result that I thought was the best result actually wasn't in this search result. So another reason to make sure you try to use different variations of maybe the same word when you're doing these searches. All right, and a couple slides back, I talked about the advanced search. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and put DQX in the product code space and go ahead and search that and see what results we get. The product code search is going to take you to the targeted product code page. As I mentioned before, if you do regulation number, it might show you more of a results page that shows you multiple product codes. If you do device, that's going to be a little bit more broad as well. The product classification database is great because you really can tailor your search to what you're looking for. And when I put the DQX in the product code, this is the results I get. So we'll just walk through a couple of things here that are useful for you to look at when you're looking at reviewing these pages. So you can see the medical specialty is cardiovascular. That's going to help you identify what review area and what Office of Health Technology is responsible for your product. A big one here is the device class and submission type, right? You can see that it's device class 2, so it's moderate risk, and it needs a 510K. And then we have a recognized consensus standards listed here. This will not always be the case, so recommend looking through them if there are consensus standards listed. If there are standards that are device specific, so specific to this guide wire, they will be listed here. There will be other standards that could apply to multiple device types, and they're not going to list those here, so that's important to note. I do have a slide where we'll go over some standards and guidances and highlight that a little bit as well. And then you have 2 guidance documents here as well that go over performance testing and labeling recommendations by FDA. Again, same thing like the standards. These are not always going to be listed there. Highly recommend, if there are guidance documents listed, review through them, see what FDA's thinking is. And even if you aren't going to follow everything in there, it's just good to get that information. So there's 2 listed here that have some performance testing and labeling information. And then you can also see that it's eligible for third-party review and what accredited persons can perform that review. The third-party program is just intended to ideally yield more rapid 510K decisions while still allowing our reviewers to focus on the high-risk devices and still maintaining oversight on the low to moderate risk devices. So there's a lot of information you can get from here, right? This is kind of just highlighting what we looked at. What does that classification page tell you? The device class. So again, that's going to be a really key indicator of what kind of regulatory requirements are associated with your device. Class 1 needs general controls, Class 2 needs general and special controls, and then Class 3 is general and pre-market approval. So that device class is going to give you a lot of information. Your submission type related to the device class somewhat, and that will show up on the results page there as well. And then any special controls, recognized consensus standards, and applicable guidance documents are going to show up there. Again, for the standards and the guidance documents, it's if it's device specific, so they will not always be there. But if they are there, I recommend taking a look at those things. All right, our second knowledge check. True or false, using a different keyword or spelling for your device may change the search results in the database. Very good, you all are listening. Yeah, all right, so some additional resources, as I mentioned, I would go a little bit more into the guidance documents and standards. This is not what the presentation's on, but it's important to note just because it goes into that third, like what are the regulatory requirements, what resources are out there for you. The guidance documents are going to represent FDA's current thinking on a topic. You're not required to follow everything in there. It's recommendations, but you want to make sure you're meeting the regulatory statutes. And I highly recommend at least reading through the guidance document to see what FDA's thinking is. We spent time, putting the guidance document out there for you all. It could have recommendations for testing, labeling, and what we want to see in the submission. The title of the guidance documents is a link to the guidance document database where you could search for guidance documents that may be applicable to your device. And again, some guidance documents will be device specific, like the ones we saw on that results page, and some may apply to multiple device types. One example is biocompatibility, and so that wouldn't show up on that results page that we saw. And then you have the recognized consensus standards. Those are going to be technical standards developed by external organizations. So for example, ISO or AAMI. On the results page, we had an AAMI standard. We also have a lot of ISO standards. And you can declare conformity to these and submit it in your pre-market submission. That could potentially reduce the amount of documentation that you'll have to submit for that portion. Same with guidance documents. Some are device specific and some apply to multiple device types. So vertical standards are going to be device specific, like we saw on that results page. And then the horizontal standards are going to apply to multiple devices. A good example that I use for guidance documents, biocompatibility as well. And that title of the slide, or the recognized consensus standards, is a clickable link to the standards database that you could go to on your own time. So we did the search. Let's put it all together. What did we learn from this? I keep on foot stopping this, but you really want to search variations in the keywords so you can find a potential classification. You don't want to miss out on a classification that might be more appropriate for your device. If you already know specific information, do a tailored search, use advanced search. But again, I do recommend starting out with the broader quick search feature just to see what's out there, what the landscape is. And then those results are going to help provide a roadmap for what regulatory controls apply to your product. Specifically, that device class is a big indicator of what kind of regulatory controls apply to your product. All right, so what do you do if you're a little unclear with your search, or you just want a written response from FDA? This is an option for you, the 513G pathway. It'll be a written response with FDA's opinion on the device status. So that's going to be whether it's a device, whether it's not a device, combo product, the classification, and the regulatory requirements. I went over this a little bit. You might be unclear in your search, or you just want a written response from FDA. And you will submit a request to FDA. You're going to include a device description, the intended use, the labeling, promotional materials, any claims that you're making. Include as much information as possible. You can even include similar devices you've seen. If you think that there is a regulation or a product code that fits, you can include that information in the request as well. FDA is going to look at that information and then give you a response of what we think the status is, the classification, and what requirements there are. it's important to note that we're basing this off of what you provide us, right? So if you change your device, you change the claims you're making, the classification could potentially change. So it's just really important to make sure you think about that when you're doing this. And then there's also a user fee required for this process. So it is important to try to exhaust the searches on your own because this process is not a free pathway. All right, our third knowledge check. Which of these is not found on a product classification page? The regulation number for the device, a list of recognized standards, if applicable, the name of the FDA reviewer, or a link to applicable guidance documents. Very good. All right, I went through a lot of information and I had a lot of hyperlinks in my presentation. So these next two slides have all of the resources that I listed out and the URLs that you can go to. So I highly recommend if you download the presentation, look at this slide. It's going to highlight the slide numbers that they're on as well, and you can get to those resources. These are really helpful resources when you're going through the product classification. And it just continued. And so in summary, we asked 3 questions in the beginning of this presentation. And the first was, is your product a device? You can follow the 2-step device determination process to determine that. The first step was to determine whether your product meets the definition of a medical device. And then if it does, you want to find the appropriate product classification for it. That goes into the question 2, how is it classified? You want to apply multiple search strategies in the classification database, vary your keywords, just brainstorm and think about things that describe your product and trial all of that to find an appropriate regulation. And then the regulatory requirements, that classification page is kind of going to be your, give you your path to marketing or help you identify that path to marketing. It's going to give you your device class, the submission type, if it's applicable, and any guidance documents or standards that may be applicable to your device. And Michelle had this slide up as well. Just want to highlight, again, we have a phone number and email. We are available generally Monday through Friday. We have a morning shift of 9 to 12:30 and an afternoon shift of 1 to 4:30. And you can email us as well. And then again, the CDRH Learn and Device Advice, really good resources. Not only classification resources, we have other resources on those pages as well that I recommend you go to. And please visit our booth that we have today too. All right, I'll go ahead and go for questions.
Thank you, Morgan. Can everybody hear me? All right, we are going to start with an online question. Giselle, do you have a question for us? Just the mic.
Yes, so our first online question is, once I find my device classification and see that my submission type is 510K, where can I find information on previously cleared 510Ks for similar devices?
All right, so for that one, similar, we have a lot of databases within CDRH that you actually can use and go to. So similar to the product classification database, we have a 510K pre-market notification database, and you can search that pretty similarly to the product classification database. So you could do a quick search and search for device types or names like that way, or some other fields that you can search. But the pre-market notification database is going to be the place to go to look for other cleared devices.
Great, thank you. And the microphones in the room are not on, so if you guys have questions, please go ahead and head to the microphone. We'll take another online question and then come back into the room.
Okay, so another online question we have is, this presentation was a great overview, but the regulatory landscape is complex and always changing. Where can my team find more in-depth training or comprehensive resources from the FDA to ensure we stay up to date on these processes?
All right, so finding resources to stay up to date. So again, I'll highlight the device advice webpage, CDRH Learn. We also have a CDRH new email subscription list that you can stay up to date on. And then I would say give DICE a call or email. We're here to stay on top of what's going on as well, and we can answer your questions.
Thank you. I do want to reiterate that CDRH newsletter is something you should sign up for if you're not signed up for it yet, because everything that we publish related to device advice or any updates we have to our web pages will come out in that newsletter. So really subscribe to that if you haven't yet. Thanks for the reminder, Morgan. All right, we'll take a question from you, please.
Hello. All right. Question for you. For 510K devices, you can have multiple FDA product codes listed in them, usually our primary and secondary FDA product codes. If you have a 510K exempt device, but you have one that maybe combines the features of two separate Class 1 devices, can you list under two separate product codes for a single device? Or does that push you into needing to do a pre-market submission?
That is a complex question. I think that we would.
I guess my question is, stepping back from an administrative standpoint, can you list the same device under two product codes?
So registration listing,
yes.
Is that what you're?
Yes.
That would be a little bit outside of the scope of the product classification database. Mm-hmm. There are ways to list a device with multiple product codes. I can't speak to, specific to your situation, whether it would knock it into out of Class 1 or Class 2 exempt into needing a pre-market submission. But there are ways to list with multiple product codes.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And typically there would be a primary product code and then a secondary product code.
How much is the 513G review session? What's the fee?
Can I repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Since that wasn't on the microphone. So there was a question on the user fee related to the 513G. So that's a little bit outside the scope of this presentation, but I can say that we do have a web page where we advertise the user fee prices. It is kept up to date. It changes every fiscal year. So it's published starting in August, and then the fiscal year goes into effect on October 1st. So that is published on our FDA pages.
And if you're a small business, you could potentially get a reduced fee.
Is my mic on? Okay.
Yeah, we have a webpage that.
So actually our next presenter will show the fees. He has a table.
The next presenter, the small business determination presenter, is going to show all of the fees that are up to date. I don't have it memorized on the top of my head, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. And yeah, but again, also, if you're a small business, it could be reduced potentially. So that is an option as well.
Okay, I think we're going to, Giselle, do you have an online question ready for us?
Yes, we do. Do you have any tips on distinguishing between medical device accessories versus components?
I'd say look at the definitions. We do have an accessory guidance, I believe. So that's pretty helpful to look at. And then you just want to read through those definitions, read through the guidance documents, and just document your rationale for the decisions you're making, and do your best to categorize your device, your accessory or components.
Thank you, Morgan. All right, we'll take another question in the room.
Yeah, my question is two parts, really. We talk a lot about how to figure out what a product code is. What we are very curious about is who uses them and for what behind the scenes. The backside of that question is, what is the risk to the medical manufacturer, device manufacturer, if they select potentially the wrong product code or a product code that disagrees with potentially what somebody behind the scenes is doing with those product codes? Is there risk to the device manufacturer?
So the first question was, what do we do with product codes? What are they for? Yeah. And the second is there a risk to selecting the wrong product code? For the first, we also have a product code guidance document that can go into more depth about this. But part of it is, I believe, organization somewhat, and kind of grouping devices together. We do create new product codes, and sometimes we get rid of product codes as well. So that can happen. the regulations are like written into the code of federal regulations, but the product codes can move around a little bit. But it's more so for kind of organization. I don't know, Michelle, if you can.
For tracking and
Yeah,
keeping track of products that are similar. So you can have a regulation that the products are qualified or they're regulated under the same regulation, but there's a difference of technology or intended use, then they would be slightly different product codes. So it helps with organizing for tracking purposes, but also for regulatory descriptions of what an individual device is.
The risk side of this question is really related to the overlap that we've seen between some of the product codes, especially with class 1 surgical instruments and things like that, where sometimes it's hard to pick which one it is. There's 2 or 3 that are competing. And if I go source those instruments from OEMs around the world, I can find a device listing for the same device, different product code depending on who the manufacturer was. And if you go look the code up, they're extremely, it has the same regulation number behind them, very, very similar in code. Intended use may be a little bit different, but so similar. So we're always asking the question, what happens, are we at risk if we pick the wrong one?
Yeah, so you want to speak to that more?
I mean, you do want to try your best to pick the regulation and product code that applies best to your product. You're potentially not following the appropriate regulations if you actually do, use the wrong product code or regulation for that product. So I'd say try your best to look at those definitions, look at what the product code is, and pick the best one that meets your product. There's always the 513G pathway if you're really concerned about, you're not picking the best one and you want FDA to kind of opine.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing is also what Morgan mentioned before, document your rationale. Make sure that you're documenting why.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's take another question in the room.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. On the registration listing search engine you mentioned, does it include devices that are no longer on the US market?
So registrations annually, so you have to register annually. So it should be up to date in that sense. A product, I guess, could go off the market in between that time, but ideally the manufacturer would have it up to date. And if they're not, they're going to delist that product.
That's the issue I have. Thank you. The closest previous device to what we're developing was on the market more than a decade ago. And similar devices now have so many other features that it's not a good predicate. So what is the mechanism that I can go back in time and find the product code?
The product code should still be available in the product classification database if the device was cleared under a specific product code. So when you're choosing a predicate, that's a whole nother presentation. We could spend a lot of time talking about that. We do have resources to help you with that. You are able to choose your predicate, but if you have questions about the appropriate predicate, that may be a good question for a pre-submission, a discussion with the agency, especially if you're talking about a device that was cleared a long time ago with technological changes since. All right, I think we have time for one more online question. Giselle, can you share one of those?
When should you use 513G versus the Q sub pathway?
So the 513G pathway is going to be for device status, like I mentioned. So that's whether it's a medical device or not, whether it's a combo product, the classification and regulatory requirements. So that's the 513G lane. Q submission is a little bit bigger of a program. There are multiple Q submissions. So a big one that people use is the pre-submission, and that's going to be specific questions that you have maybe related to a pre-market submission that you're going to submit in the future. And so those would be specific questions to FDA about that submission or your data, your testing plan. We don't review data in that, but we do look at like what your plans are for testing your product or clinical trials, things like that. There are some other Q submission types too. So we have a guidance document on 513G and Q submissions. So those would help clarify any questions as well.
Thank you, Morgan. All right, please join me in thanking Morgan for sharing with us today. And I'll leave it for Morgan for your call to action.
All right, we went over a lot of information. If you're on your product classification journey, I focused on the product classification database, so that's my first bullet here, but use the registration and listing database, use other pre-market databases, use our databases to help search and find your products. When you get those results, really dig into all of the results that you got, look through it, read it fully. As Michelle mentioned, and I mentioned, document your rationale. That's going to help you in the future understand, why you made that decision. And then rely on us, call or email DICE. We can help point you to resources. Again, we're not going to make the classification for you. We're not going to tell you if it's a device or not, but we can help point you to educational resources that might be helpful. And then some of those include CDRH Learn, which again, multimedia, and Device Advice, which is text-based. So that's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Morgan. All right, now I'm going to introduce Robert from the Small Business from the Small Business Determination Program at FDA. Robert, please hand off the pointer to you.
Good morning, everyone. So as Michelle mentioned, my name is Robert Fink, and I serve as an advisor for the MEDUFA Small Business Determination Program. So let's get started. Is your business eligible for reduced or waived medical device user fees? Let's find out. Over the next 20 minutes, we're going to discuss the MEDUFA Small Business Determination Program and cover the type of fee waivers and benefits available to qualifying small businesses. So to provide you a visual, shown here is a side-by-side comparison chart of the standard fees versus small business fees for fiscal year 2026. So this chart highlights the savings that qualified small businesses can realize depending on the application type. And then here, outlined in red, is specifically the information pertaining to small businesses. So now let's review the learning objectives for this session. So our focus today will be on the key pieces. We'll cover eligibility requirements, the 3 types of small business benefits, revenue thresholds for qualifying, how to assemble your small business request and required documentation, important timelines, and best practices to avoid common mistakes we see. So before we dive into the details, I do want to make sure that we're all on the same page about what this program is and why it was created. So understanding the purpose behind the program will help the rest of the requirements and processes make more sense. So here's the foundation of the program. Federal law requires companies to pay fees to FDA when they submit medical device applications or reports, and when they register their facilities each year. So these requirements come from MEDUFA, the Medical Device User Fee Amendments, which is part of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Congress recognized that these fees could be a real barrier for smaller companies. So the Small Business Determination Program was established under MEDUFA specifically to reduce the financial barriers of these user fees on smaller businesses, determine whether a business qualifies for any fee reductions or waivers based on the financial situation, and help make FDA's regulatory process more accessible for small businesses. So it's important to note that FDA published updated guidance for this program on July 31st, 2025, which replaces the 2018 guidance. So I encourage you to review the 2025 guidance when you're ready to apply and planning your submission. Now, there are 3 different types of small business benefits, and they each have different requirements, but don't worry, we will walk through each one. And the key thing to remember is that you might qualify for more than one of these benefits. So understanding the revenue thresholds, the 3 distinct small business benefits are each tied to a different revenue threshold. The first tier offers reduced fees on applications and reports if your business plus all of your affiliates had gross receipts or sales of $100 million or less in your most recent tax year. The second tier is a one-time application or report fee waiver for your very first pre-market application. That is a PMA, pre-market approval, a BLA, biologics license application, a PDP, product development protocol, or your PMR, pre-market report. If your combined gross receipts or sales are $30 million or less in your most recent tax year, and your business and any affiliates have never submitted a pre-market application or report. And the third tier waives your annual registration fee if your combined gross receipts or sales are $1 million or less, and you can demonstrate financial hardship by a clear and objective standard, and you've previously registered and paid fees for each facility under your owner-operator ID. So before we dive deeper into each tier, let's first clarify the term affiliates, because you're going to hear that repeatedly throughout. Defining affiliates. An affiliate is any business entity that controls your company, that your company controls, or that shares common control with your company, whether that's a parent company, a subsidiary, or a sister company. This determination is not solely dependent on profit and loss allocation percentages or equity ownership thresholds. FDA's review of affiliate status does consider the totality of the relationship between the entities. So to qualify for small business status, you will need to add up the gross receipts or sales from your business plus every affiliate you have anywhere in the world for the most recent tax year. That total helps determine which benefit tier you qualify for or whether you qualify at all. So it means a relatively small operating company may lose eligibility if it's part of a larger corporate group. For example, if for the most recent tax year, your US company has 25 million in gross receipts, but your parent company or subsidiary in Germany has 80 million, then your total gross receipts or sales is 105 million. That puts you over the $100 million threshold, so you would not qualify for reduced fees. I know the affiliate calculation might seem challenging, especially if you're a small business and if you do have some overseas affiliates or subsidiaries. But it's one of the most common reasons that applications get denied. So it's worth taking time to identify all of your affiliates and to do the math before you apply. So with that in mind, let's look more closely at each benefit and what you need to qualify. First is the reduced application or report fees. These fee reductions provide a substantial discount for our standard fees on specific pre-market submissions for businesses with gross receipts or sales of $100 million or less. So this benefit applies to 510Ks, PMAs, BLAs, PDPs, PMRs, de novo requests, certain PMA, PDP, BLA supplements, annual reports, and 513G requests for information. If you remember the comparison chart that we showed you at the beginning, those reduced fees apply for all of the submission types that I just mentioned. So one important note, there are no reduced fees for establishment registration. Potential relief on the registration fees only comes through the annual registration fee waiver pathway that we'll discuss soon. So next we'll look at the first pre-market application waiver. The first pre-market application or report fee waiver is a one-time high-value benefit that only applies to PMA type submissions. So PMAs, including modular PMAs, BLAs, PDPs, or PMRs, and only if the combined gross receipts or sales for you and any affiliates are $30 million or less. So to qualify, neither you nor any affiliate can have ever submitted one of these application types before. That includes PMA submissions that were later withdrawn or not approved. So common disqualifiers include acquiring a company that previously filed a PMA, simply changing your business name after a prior submission, and FDA considers those scenarios as the same business for waiver purposes. So if you're thinking, we're working toward our first PMA right now, this is a benefit you do want to plan for early. It's a significant savings, so it's worth a conversation with your legal or financial consultant before you assume if you qualify. Okay, so now what if you're a small company and you're in real financial distress? That's where the third benefit comes in, and that is the annual registration fee waiver. So the annual registration fee waiver is aimed at the smallest and most financially distressed businesses. To qualify, the regulation requires that your business must show gross receipts or sales of $1 million or less for you and any affiliates in the most recent tax year, and you'll need to demonstrate that paying the annual registration fee would be a financial hardship. So what counts as a financial hardship? The guidance lists active bankruptcy, meaning that you've filed for bankruptcy, but your debts haven't been discharged yet, as the clearest example of financial hardship. There may be others, but currently that's what FDA recognizes as the clearest example. In addition, the regulation requires that you show that you previously registered and paid fees for each facility listed under your owner-operator ID. So an important note, this benefit does have a critical deadline. Per the relevant portions of the FD&C Act, and as explained in FDA's guidance document, an applicant must submit a request for an annual registration fee waiver for a given year at least 60 days before any applicable fee is due, which for actively registered firms, the fee is due December 31st. So accordingly, applicants must submit supporting information for this waiver by October 31st of the fiscal year. If you miss that deadline, FDA cannot consider your request, and there are no exceptions. FDA's decision on the annual registration fee waiver is not reviewable, So the package you submit does need to be complete and well supported the first time. Now, for most businesses, this waiver won't apply. The bar for financial hardship is high, but for small startups, it can be a meaningful relief. And can't stress it enough, there's a hard deadline of October 31st to request this waiver. So if you miss that deadline, we legally cannot consider the request. Okay, the application process. So now that we've discussed the benefits, the next question is, how and when do I apply? Since when you apply is just as important as what you're applying for. So here are the key timelines and submission windows. Small business status is granted for a single FDA fiscal year, which runs from October 1st through September 30th. FDA begins accepting small business requests on August 1st, preceding the fiscal year that you're targeting. And you must submit your request at least 60 days before any applicable user fee is due. For example, requests for FY 2027, which will be upcoming, runs from October 1, 2026 through September 30, 2027. We will accept applications beginning August 1st of 2026 through July 31st of 2027 for that fiscal year. It's important to note you cannot apply small business fees retroactively, and there are no refunds. So this means you must get your small business approval before paying for any submission. If you pay the full standard fee first, FDA does not refund you the difference, even if you qualify. I'm going to stay on this screen for a minute. So please don't wait until the week you plan to pay your 510K or PMA fee and expect to receive a determination. Think about your timeline for the next year. Do you have at least one submission where a reduced fee would be meaningful? And if so, try to work backward from your targeted submission date and build in that 60-day FDA requirement and allow time to gather any necessary documents. So now we'll talk about how, starting with process for US businesses. For US businesses, the process centers on completing the MDUFA Small Business Request Form, that is the 3602N, and submitting your application and supporting documents through the CDRH portal. You will need your correct organization number for your 3602N Small Business Request Form when applying. An important note, your organization number, which is referred to as your org ID, is not your federal employee identification number, your EIN. It is not your FDA facility registration number, and it is not your taxpayer identification number. It's a unique number that FDA assigns specifically for our user fee system. So please be sure to obtain or verify your correct organization number in the user fee system before submitting your request. You will also need a true and accurate copy of your most recent signed and dated federal tax return for your business and each US-based affiliate that was submitted to the IRS. If you have any affiliates based outside of the United States, you will need to provide a completed Section 3 of Form 3602N, that is the National Taxing Authority certification, for each of those foreign-based affiliates. So it's possible that you will have multiple Section 3s completed and included with your request. Once we review your application package, we will issue you a decision letter and assign you a small business decision number, which you'll then use when you submit your pre-market applications. If you already know your organization number and have a CDRH portal account, you are one step ahead. If not, confirming those will be among the first actions you take before doing anything else with your small business request. So now we'll see how this process differs for businesses based outside of the United States. For foreign-based businesses, the structure is similar, but with additional steps and players. So you still complete the Form 3602N. You must ensure completion of page 3, that's section 3, the National Taxing Authority certification, for your business and for any foreign-based affiliates you may have. You will need to work with the respective National Taxing Authority. So that is the agency that handles national tax income in that foreign affiliate's country. So they can complete fields 7 through 12 of the form and authenticate and certify the gross receipts or sales being reported. If the country has a national taxing authority, but they won't or can't complete section 3 of the form, you may submit equivalent documentation from your taxing authority. The equivalent documentation must include information that would otherwise be reported and certified under section 3 of the form. Please know that if your taxing authority refuses to provide any certification, we cannot approve your small business request. This foreign certification is required and there are no workarounds. So after the National Taxing Authority completes the certification, you'll upload the full package, including any US affiliate tax returns through the CDRH portal. And for those maybe online, if you're a part of a global company, this is where your coordination with your finance team becomes critical. They often facilitate that interaction with the National Taxing Authority. Okay, now I want to share some hard-earned wisdom, both from our side at FDA and from applicants who have been through the process. So we'll talk about some best practices as well as common mistakes we see and how to avoid them. First, start early. Don't wait until the week before you need to submit your 510K to request small business status. Build in time for the 60-day FDA review, plus probably some buffer time for any possible delays in gathering additional necessary documents. Second, review your org ID. Make sure the organization number and business name that you provided in your small business request matches what's on file in FDA's user fee system. Mismatches will require corrections and will cause delays. Third, provide complete signed tax returns. So for any US-based businesses or affiliates, we need a true and accurate copy of the actual tax return that was submitted to the IRS and was signed by an officer, member, or partner of your company. Not a draft, not a summary, and not just the first page of the return. And the gross receipts or sales on your returns should match what you report on the 3602N small business request form. If you filed your return electronically, you may also submit a copy of the IRS Form 8879, that is the e-file signature authorization, with the dated signature of an officer, partner, or member of the business. And fourth, if you have foreign affiliates, contact their national taxing authority in advance. These agencies often have their own timelines and processes, and some take months to issue their certifications. Finally, double check your math. Make sure the total gross receipts reported accurately adds up for all entities. That is your business plus any affiliates. Errors here can disqualify you or trigger a false certification. And please know, if you submit false or misleading information, FDA can revoke your small business status, require you to pay back any fee differences, and potentially refer the matter for criminal prosecution under federal law. Okay, we're going to do a quick knowledge check since we've thrown out a lot of numbers and deadlines at you. So before we wrap up, we'll do a quick knowledge check to make sure some of the important pieces stuck. I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and if you could just think about the correct answer. First question, and this is about timing. Within how many calendar days does FDA intend to review a small business request and issue a determination? Is it A, 30 days, B, 60 days, C, 90 days, or D, 120 days? If you thought B, 60 days, you are absolutely right. All right, second question. This one's about money. So what is the maximum gross receipts or sales threshold to qualify for reduced application of report fees under MEDUFA Small Business Determination Program? Is it A, 1 million, B, 30 million, C, 50 million, or D, 100 million? Yes, the correct answer is D, it's 100 million. And before we wrap up, I want to make sure that you have everything you need to move forward. So this slide includes direct links to all of the key resources. It includes the current fee schedule, the full guidance document, the small business request form, and the system applications that you'll need. So these slides will be available to you after the presentation, so you'll be able to refer to this whenever you need. And in summary, we'll quickly recap what we covered. So first, we described the program and its requirements. Then we defined the 3 types of fee benefits available. Next, we walked through the small business request process. And finally, we reviewed best practices to keep you out of trouble and help you avoid common mistakes. So now I think I'm ready to take any questions if there's any.
All right, thank you so much, Robert. All right, well, we're setting up the mics here. We'll take an online question first, please. And by the way, this is one of our most frequently asked question topics, small business program. Premarket team, we see a lot of these questions. So you covered so much information in your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, Giselle, please, online question.
So the first online question, when navigating the FDA Form 3602N for the Medical Device User Fee Small Business Request Program, securing a National Taxing Authority certification on the form is a big hurdle for non-US companies. If your National Taxing Authority is uncooperative or fails to understand the form, what strategic recommendations or alternative documentation do you recommend so that you can qualify as a small business?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you're having challenges with the NTA, your National Taxing Authority, and completing Section 3 of the form, you can provide us equivalent documentation. However, the equivalent documentation does need to include all of the information that would otherwise be reported on the form. And it also must have the seal or stamp from the NTA. I don't know the specific, circumstance. We don't really hold your hand through that relationship with the NTA. You're responsible for obtaining that certification. Each country may have a different, customer service relating to that. But I would encourage you to contact their customer service and see what they can do to help you get that form completed. it is a requirement. We can't approve your small business request without it.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a question in the room. I think you were there first in the back.
Well, thank you. My question relates to whether the company's corporate structure affects eligibility. Specifically, does an LLC with an S Corp election maintain eligibility for reduced fees?
In short, yes. Yeah, they would. Okay.
Good. I like the short response. There.
Yeah.
Very direct. All right, I'll take another online or in-person question and then we'll go online.
I think just a quick one here. If it's your first time applying for a small business determination, you still must apply within the window of August 1st to September 30th. You can't apply at a different time. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, that's correct. So if I'm going to say you're a small business, you've never applied to the program, you're interested in applying. So one, we accept on a rolling basis year round. So we're currently processing applications for 2026. They are only good for one fiscal year. So you do need to apply each year to maintain your small business status. So for 2027, we begin accepting applications on August 1st through September 30th.
But if I apply today, initially, I could still potentially be granted status within, say, 60 days, but that status would only be good until September 30th of this year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take another online question.
With regard to foreign affiliates, are we required to get the National Taxing Authority certification if the foreign affiliate's earnings are indicated in our federal income tax filing that is included with the submission?
So I would like to see more details of their specific case. To answer broadly, yes. If the affiliate is based outside of the US, we need those gross receipts or sales authenticated by the National Taxing Authority.
All right, thank you. Let's take an in-room question, please.
First of all, thanks for many years of approving our small business waiver. You've saved us thousands of dollars. We're a nonprofit humanitarian aid organization, medical device manufacturer. The hardship is paying the annual registration fee. Is there any, we don't meet the requirement, obviously, as you described here, but is there any pathway to seek a waiver for nonprofits?
So, I mean, we do offer the small business status for nonprofits, but specifically for the registration, the annual registration fee waiver, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah. Hey, it's worth it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we get that question a lot. Giselle, online question?
Yes. How do we find our org ID number?
So you can find your org ID number by navigating to the FDA user fee system. When you log into that portal, if you're an existing user, you can access the business information label, and you can find the information under there. And if you have never paid a user fee to FDA, then you'll need to create an account in the FDA user fee system to obtain an org ID organization number for your business.
Thank you, Robert. All right, question in the room?
Hi. How does the agency extend the definition of an affiliate to device manufacturers that receive VC funding?
To an affiliate that received VC funding.
Medical device manufacturer receives VC funding. So.
Okay, so that would constitute an affiliate. So we look at the totality of the relationship, and again, it's not just like a profit and loss. We'll look at the totality of the relationship, and if there's an ownership structure, if they have an ability to control that company, and it sounds like they do. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's turn it back to Giselle for an online question.
If our company does not run in bankruptcy, however, had less than $1 million revenue for the year due to fewer commercial demand for the products, could the company be eligible for the annual registration fee waiver?
They may be eligible. So it's, if I'm hearing, they meet the financial threshold, but they're not in active bankruptcy. Currently, FDA considers active bankruptcy to be the clearest standard of financial hardship. That is public, right? There may be other circumstances that we haven't encountered yet, so we're not going to rule it out entirely. We would still invite you to apply. Just know that it needs to be a clear public financial hardship.
All right, thank you. We'll take a question in the room.
My question is related to the annual registration fee.
Yes.
Does every affiliate or subsidiary need to pay that one, or it depends on the role of that company?
So it would depend on the company. So each affiliate is applying for small business status individually, so they would each receive approval or not.
So if one of the companies will be just a distributor in the United States, it technically need to apply as a small business by itself and then pay the fee separately besides the manufacturer. Is that correct? For example, the manufacturer is a Canadian company, and then now we open the office in the US
For distribution.
for the distribution. So I assume right now that we need to register that affiliate separately as well.
You would, yes. And where's the company headquartered then, the parent company?
Canada.
Okay, so it's Canada's the parent company, and the US distributor is your only affiliate?
Yes.
Okay. I'd have to look into the details of how it's
it's a software, so technically I don't really have to register as a distributor.
Right. So I would want to look at your organization structure, the relationships before.
Would it be possible to email you to ask this question?
Yeah, you can apply to the portal and we'll pick it up. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. We invite everyone to apply.
That will be interesting for the others as well.
Yes.
We also have
Thank you.
We also have a resource, the page called "Who Must Register List and Pay the Fee" that might be helpful for you to look at. Depending on the organization's role, it shows who's required to register and list, and then also consider the benefits that you would be applying for by being a small business. So We're going to start in just a minute. Okay. All right, everybody, we're just about to get started, but before we do, I have a couple of reminders if you're in the room and if you're online. So we will have a final evaluation survey at the end of the program that's going to be emailed to you after the program closes. We also have a survey for you to fill out for each presenter. If you're online, there is a specific survey link for each presenter that you can only access during the time that that presenter is speaking. So please try to fill that out while you're watching. All right, and everybody, thank you for joining us again and for this second session. So we have 2 presenters lined up for this afternoon, and then we'll have one more session again after the break later this afternoon. First, we have Kendra Holter. Kendra is a consumer safety officer on the Premarket industry education team, my team, and DICE, and she's been in that role since joining FDA in 2022. In this role, she provides stakeholders with understandable and accessible science-based regulatory information about medical devices and radiation-emitting products. She develops, maintains, and updates educational content on the CDRH website for industry audiences. Prior to joining FDA, Ms. Holter served as a national educator in the care and management of reusable medical devices for the Veterans Health Administration as an agent for infection prevention. She served with the VHA for a total of 15 years in various roles, to include those at facility level as manager, educator, business liaison, and for purchase and repair of medical devices, and as an operating room nurse. We're grateful to have Kendra join us for today's first session. And then after Kendra will be Aneesh Deoras. Aneesh is a biomedical engineer within the Digital Health Center of Excellence at CDRH. He served in this role since March 2026, and his current work involves supporting the pilot programs, as mentioned earlier in the day by Owen Ferris, such as Tempo, and developing training to support review of digital health products. Since beginning at the agency in 2015, he has primarily served as a reviewer and then later as assistant director for the cardiac ablation mapping and imaging devices team in the Office of Cardiovascular Devices in OPEC. In that role, he oversaw development of novel ablation and imaging technologies, including pulse field ablation systems. And with that, I'm going to introduce Kendra to talk about eSTAR and tips and trips to maximize this tool.
All right. How does that sound good? Because I don't want to. Okay, good. So I get to be the lucky one to get you right after lunch. Yay. So thank you so much, Michelle. As Michelle said, my name is Kendra Holter. I'm very excited and appreciative to be here with you today, and I'm so glad that you came. A quick reminder, the eSTAR PDF template is required to be used for any 510K submissions, pre-market notifications, or de novo submissions, unless otherwise exempted. There are a variety of other ways you can voluntarily use the eSTAR template, and I'm going to address those in a minute in the presentation. Yay. Okay. So the concept of an interactive template might seem a little overwhelming at first. And so I'm hoping during this presentation to provide you some tips and tricks to make your journey a little bit easier. Remember, this is a journey about telling your story, like Dr. Ferris said this morning. This is you telling us your story about your device in your pre-market submission. It is a very high-level overview of the template. We're not going to be able to go through all of the sections, but I hope the sections that I pick will help you to see how the template works and how it will affect other attributes of the template. Michelle and Morgan had addressed this earlier. This presentation is based on very common questions we get associated with the eSTAR template that come into DICE. So I hope it's beneficial for you as well. So first off, we're going to explain what do we mean when we say this is an interactive template. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of those features. We're going to describe how to access and save the eSTAR template. We're going to differentiate between the major and minor versions of the template. How do you know you're using the correct one? And then there's a couple of documentation features of the template that I want to go over with you, and we'll get to that towards the end. So when we talk about an interactive template, what do we mean by that? And what are some of those features? So first of all, this is a standardized format. That means any of you that are submitting a 510K or a de novo submission, even if you're voluntarily using it for a PMA, you will be doing so in a standardized format. The template guides the preparer for the necessary details. As you answer one question or field, other questions and fields within the template will open depending on how you answered that initial question. It ensures that content is present with built-in automation. You cannot submit an incomplete eSTAR. The template won't allow you, and I want to show you some more details about how it communicates that to you, how you know it's complete. There are also some autofill features within the template. This will help you prevent duplication of information from a human error aspect as well as time. So if you've provided the information one place in the template and the template's looking for it elsewhere, it'll automatically fill those in. This template has built-in databases, the product classification database that my colleague Morgan Lee talked about this morning, interfaces with this template. Recognized consensus standards database also interfaces with this template. There are built-in forms to the template. You no longer have to have a separate indications for use form. 3881, make sure I get that number right. 3514, the pre-market submission cover sheet, review cover sheet is also built into the template. So you don't need those as separate documents or forms, excuse me. Overall, it's a comprehensive resource to consolidate the necessary information you need for a submission. Within the template, there are links to guidance documents, there are links to the CFR, and there are links to our web pages. So if you're in there and you're working and you have a question, the resources, hopefully, that will provide you the answer are right there. So let's see if this is going to work well. Okay, so okay, good. All right, great. So when you first open, if you were to go today and download the eSTAR and you open it, it's going to be 2 or 3 pages. And this is going to scroll through and show you what that looks like. And you're going to be like, what? That's all I have to do? This is a 510K submission? No, it's not. You got to tell the template what you want to do. So we're going to do a 510K pre-market notification. Give it a second. The watch takes a second to load itself. You would pick your appropriate application. Like I said, de novo is required. PMA is still voluntary. We're going to do a traditional 510K, and this is going to be a new application. We'll get to that other section later on. But you can see now there's a lot more information that we want from you. Surprise! We need this. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of what that looks like. When you first go to the template, you have to talk to the template about what it is that you're doing, and then the template will talk back to you. So how do you access our templates? The templates are located on our webpage, the eSTAR program webpage. I'm going to show you what that looks like in just a minute, but it was just updated on May 1st. So if it's been a minute since you've been, can you tell I'm excited? If it's been a minute since you've been to that page, I highly recommend you go back. It's changed. You must download the template first onto your computer and save it. You might be given the opportunity to open it in your web browser. For most people, it's not going to work. If it happens to work for you, it's not going to be functioning. You'll get to a point that it's no longer going to be effective. You must, and our webpage says this, you must download the template to your computer first. It's a PDF file. Once you save it, it's a PDF file. You can open it, you can work in it, you can save it, you can close it, you can come back to it. It's a PDF file. It is a dynamic PDF, however, so when you're talking about sharing with your colleagues and working on it together, you can share it in a shared drive, such as, for example, SharePoint. But there are challenges because it's dynamic of two people working simultaneously on it. So we do not recommend that, and you could run into some struggle with that. So if you're sharing it and you want multiple people to work on it, have them work on it sequentially, not simultaneously. We do have different templates. If you are submitting a pre-market submission for an in vitro diagnostic or an IVD device, that's one template. If you're not doing an IVD, that's another template. If you're asking what is an IVD, your device probably isn't an IVD, just saying. And then we have a pre-STAR template, which is currently voluntary in use. This is where you can use it for a Q submission. As I stand here and speak to you, it's only for feedback and meetings. Stick with us. There's eSTAR is always evolving. There may be more opportunity very soon, hint, hint, for you to use it for other types of Q submissions. So keep watch out for that. The 513G request for classification that my colleague Morgan again went over this morning, you can use the eSTAR for that, the pre-STAR. The pre-STAR is the type of eSTAR template. And then an IDE or an investigational device exemption, you can also use the pre-STAR for. So this is our new page. Like I said, it was just updated on May 1st. There were no new templates released May 1st. We just updated the web page. There's now sectioned off. These are jump links. I'm going to select C for the current eSTAR versions, and it takes me directly to where I can now download my eSTAR. I'm going to save the link as. This may look a little bit different if you're a Mac user, so save as, download. You have to put, at the end of the day, you have to put this template on your computer or a shared space like we talked about. So with time, this template has evolved, and it's ever changing. As policy changes, it changes. As we identify bugs, those bugs get fixed. So there's versions, there's multiple versions. So let's talk about what we mean by a major and a minor version and when you use which. So a major version is going to be an update to the template that has some type of policy change, a regulatory change, or there's a significant amount of change and revisions being done to the template. So that will be represented by the first number in the template number. So when we went from 5.2 to 6.0, which was in October of last year when de novos became mandatory, we came out with version 6.0. Minor versions are all the other changes. And those are represented by the second number in the number of the template. So 6.0 to 6.1, the most recent one we have out is 6.2. That was when they added the age ranges on the indications for use. page to be in alignment with the pediatric device guidance document. Not a policy change, right? So it was a minor version. Another minor version might be if they do identify a bug that needs to be fixed that's not associated, obviously, with policy or regulatory change, then it will be a minor version. So which version do you use? On the first page of the template, there is a version history, and I'm going to show you that in just a minute. Our advice is that you use the most current implemented major version for an original submission. And why do we recommend that? It decreases your risk of request for additional information should there be due to missing required information because you missed a major policy change. I also want to quickly, on a side note, when I say AI in this presentation, it has nothing to do with artificial intelligence, okay? AI in this presentation is an additional information request. Aneesh will be addressing AI a little bit later today. If you use an older version and it's just a minor change, then your risk of having an AI request is not very high. If you use an older version that there's now a major version change, you do have a risk of information being missing and them asking for an additional information request, which is why we recommend you use the major. Once you've received your FDA acknowledgement letter that your pre-market submission via using the eSTAR template is accepted, that version of the template is grandfathered in. It is acceptable for you to use that same version for any AI responses you have moving forward during the review of your pre-market submission. Okay, so I said the version history was on the first page. Let's see what that looks like. Again, back on the first page, just below the FAQs, there is a section called version history. Down in that bottom right corner, you saw that plus sign. If you hit that plus sign or you hit anywhere in that box, you will get the scroll bar that will allow you to scroll through that. You'll see our most current version is 6.2. So our last update was a minor update. Our most recent major, I already talked about, was 6.0, and that was when de novo became mandatory. You can see there's a couple other things that changed. And if you scroll all the way through this list, you will get all the way down to our original version where we started the evaluation of eSTAR to begin with. So literally every version that has been published is there, and you can see what changed with those versions, which will help you determine which one you should be using where you are in your process. Okay, so let's look at some documentation, information, and features of our template. So going back again, this is still the very first page. I haven't really showed you guys the top. This is what the top looks like. eSTAR, if you've wondered, stands for Electronic Submission Template and Resource. We can see by the red there, is my GIF playing? Okay, so we can see by the red there that this one is incomplete. We can see that we're in version 6.2, so I do have the most current version open, downloaded and open, and that I'm using. This is an incomplete eSTAR. This would not be ready for submission. And then we have a nice little introduction paragraph. I'm going to go over in more detail that key in just a second. We have FAQs, again, same like the version history. There's the plus sign down there in the bottom right corner. That means there's more. So click somewhere in that box and you'll get your scroll bar for all the other FAQs. Don't forget our new webpage also has a bunch of FAQs, the eSTAR webpage that is. So you can scroll through the FAQs here, and then we have already talked about the version history. And then you get down to your submission type. I had already selected, remember I already selected 510K and traditional. I want to draw your attention to bookmarks. This is a very, very common question that we get related to bookmarks. When you look at your PDF and if you open the bookmarks for your eSTAR PDF, every single bookmark is going to be listed there, whether it's applicable to your submission or not. If you click on a bookmark and nothing happens, where you are in the process, that section is not applicable to you. Now, I'm not going to promise that it won't become applicable later based on an answer you give or a field that you complete, but at that point, it is not applicable to you. And I will explain that. It'll make a little bit more sense in just a minute. I said I was going to spend some more time on this key. And it's really important because these are the indicators that are within your, I'm going to knock this microphone. I'm a hander and a walker, and I was told I had to stand right here. So I'm struggling just a little bit. There's red bars, green bars, and gray bars. A red bar, required. You must address it. You need red to turn to green. A green bar means you've properly addressed a red bar and you've now turned it green. A gray bar is an optional field or question. If a gray bar starts gray, it will finish gray whether you answer it, address it, or not. Gray is always gray. Red will turn to green. Blue help text buttons. One of the biggest things I would be so excited about if you walked away from this presentation is pay attention to the blue help text buttons. Not just when you have a question. I recommend if there's one next to your field, before you even start addressing that question or the field for the template, hit that blue box. That's where you're going to find the links to the guidance documents on the topics of that field or question. That's where you're going to find links to the CFR, web pages, etc. So don't forget about your blue help text buttons. So let's see what that looks like as I start to go through this a little bit. You can see the indicator in the top left is red for this entire section. And then you'll see that there's an indicator for each line as I start filling it in. Another piece of the interactiveness, if that's a word, of the template is it is looking for a very specific structure for an email. We all know what an email address looks like. It let me know that I put in the wrong structure of the email address. I realize that that's very benign, but that may be important down the road with a different field that you try to answer. Phone number did the same way. You saw I left it blank. That line did not turn to green. I'm going to fill it in and it's going to turn to green. On this page, this is a very important question on this page. Is the correspondent or consultant for this mission different from the applicant? You don't know what that means, so you hit the blue button, question mark button, and that little JavaScript window that opened up provided you an explanation of what an official correspondent means and what it means when you answer this question a particular way. If you say that the correspondent or the consultant for the submission is not different, so you answer no to this question, then your applicant is the person that's going to serve as the official correspondent. If you want somebody different to be the official correspondent other than the applicant name, then you would answer yes to this question. Oh no, it started over. I'm gonna let it play out, but this is important for a couple of things. One is your official correspondent, obvious, is the person that your reviewer is going to be reviewing and going back and forth with. But the other important part of who that official correspondent is when you submit this to the portal, which we'll talk about in just a second, that is the individual who will have the ability to track your submission. Not just anyone can track the submission once you put it in the portal. It's the official correspondent that will have the ability to track that submission. We're almost down to the bottom. I think I addressed everything. Oh, when you answer yes, extra fields are going to pop up, and you also will see, it's almost there, you also will see that you can list more than one. You can have more than one person listed there. I said no. Now I'm going to say yes, and more information is popping up, and then you can see add correspondent and consultant if you need to add more than one. So this is what it's going to look like. Green means go. This is what it's going to look like when your eSTAR would be ready for submission, is you're going to get the nice status of eSTAR complete at the top of your template. Attachments. The template will accept a wide range of attachment types. They don't all have to be PDFs. That's a common misnomer. They don't have to be PDFs. It accepts all sorts of file types. The template will tell you if it's an unacceptable attachment type, and it will not allow you to attach it. We recommend that you attach files from a local drive and not a shared drive. We do have knowledge and evidence that shared drives don't attach and they actually show up as corrupt. So our recommendation is that you don't attach from shared drives just because that's what we've experienced. I'm so sorry for the people online if that's loud. I keep hitting the microphone. I guess you can see that too. There's no naming format required for attachments in eSTAR. We recommend that you use concise, descriptive names and help the reviewer. This process is just as much for the reviewer as it is for you as well, right? Let's streamline. So help the reviewer understand the purpose of that attachment. And there is no requirement that you number, but I know some of you like the numbers and you want to number your attachments. If you do, we recommend you use the IMDRF chapter numbers. That's also addressed on the first page of the template. As I stated, unaccepted names and types will automatically be blocked, and it will pop up with an explanation for you of what the issue is. But here are some examples. File names greater than 124 characters, file names with foreign characters, macro-enabled documents, archive file types like a zip file won't be accepted by eSTAR. Executable type files will also be rejected. And file names. This will make more sense when we talk about AI responses, but if you are going in and you're putting in a new attachment and there is an appropriate place and time for that, if you give it the same name as the original attachment in that same space, it's not going to accept it. So you can't use the same file names. That's going to make sense in just a minute. File size becomes a challenge when it comes to submission of the eSTAR through our CDRH portal. That is where you will submit this. The portal also accepts e-copy submissions, so it's not just for eSTAR. If you are using e-copy for your pre-market submissions, you can also use the portal to submit it. The portal cannot receive eSTARs that are larger than 4 gig in total size, and it can't receive a PDF that has attachments that are larger than 1 gig, which is what we're talking about. If you have this situation, if you go to our CDRH portal webpage, there is information there on what you can do if your file size exceeds these, whether it's the overall file size or the attachment size to do that. And they're right on the portal page. You also can contact DICE. I'm just trying to save you a step, but DICE is here to help you. All right, so let's talk about consensus standards in the template. This is not to talk to you about how to use consensus standards in a pre-market submission. That's another time and place. You can use recognized and non-recognized standards in a submission. How you document them in the eSTAR look a little bit different, and that's what I want to show you. It's the difference between using drop-down menus and free text fields. This bottom of this page also has a link to our divisions of standards and conformity assessment page, should you need more information on that. All right, so let's go to the template and see what this looks like in the template. Notice that there's a blue question mark box in this section. Before I hit add standard, I recommend you hit that blue question mark and just read what's in there. It talks about how to document compliance, excuse me, that's a funny comment after a lunch conversation we just had. How you document conformance to a standard if you're only documenting partial conformance to that standard. So the blue box will help you with that information as well. It also talks about using non-recognized standards. That is allowed in pre-market submissions. You have to use them for general use. So this is what that documentation looks like. Again, this is interfacing with our recognized consensus standard database. So I pulled that information, it pre-populated it directly from that database. I'm declaring conformance to the first standard. I'm documenting a second standard by hitting that Add Standard button. This is a non-recognized standard that you're going to see I just made up. And so I have to free text the number and the title of the standard. The recognition number will remain blank. It's not a recognized standard. It's not going to have a recognition number. You also can only use a non-recognized standard for general use. You can't declare conformance. Those blue help text buttons explain that a little bit and give you more documentation and resources to support that. You'll notice on this last standard, I picked declaration of conformity with ASCA. We have a program with the, it stands for Accreditation Scheme for Conformity Assessment. That's what ASCA stands for. And it's a program in which the FDA grants ASCA recognition to accreditation bodies that then go in and accredit labs to do testing to our recognized standards. If you are declaring conformance with ASCA in eSTAR, your reviewer is going to expect to see an ASCA lab test report in the section that's applicable to whatever standard it is you're declaring conformance using ASCA. So that's how you document them in the template. And then here's another interactive piece of the template. Me doing that now triggered another section to open down at the bottom, and it's the declaration of conformity form. That was a separate form. It's now built into the template. So towards the end of the template under administrative documentation, you now see, bless you, you now see a declaration of conformity form. I'm not going to completely fill this out, but I wanted to demonstrate to you that it auto-populated the two standards that I said I was going to show conformance to. So again, interactive, it pulled that information from what I put in the other section. Notice the one standard that was a non-recognized standard is not listed here. Why? Because you cannot declare conformance to a non-recognized standard. You can only use those for general use in a pre-market submission. Make sure that got. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Am I allowed to go backwards? Okay. This application number at the top, that's going to be blank for an original submission, and that's okay. If I've gone, oh my gosh. Prize to anyone who can guess how many times I do that again. The template will accept that field blank. Your marker, your indicator up there will turn green if you leave that blank. This would be if you're doing an additional information request and you're citing your original application, your K, in a 510K situation, your K number, you would put that there. And it actually will auto-populate from another field I'm going to show you in just a second. But it is okay for an original submission for that application number to be blank. Your section will turn green. I'm reiterating that because guess what? It's a very common question that we get. All right, so responses to requests for additional information, AI requests, or a technical screen hold, TS hold. If you have a deficiency or deficiencies, because sometimes there's more than one, identified in your original eSTAR, you will receive notification that your submission is either on a technical screen hold or it's they're requesting additional information from you. It depends on where in the process they capture as to which letter you're going to get. They're issued for incomplete, unclear, missing information. We expect information to be there and it's not there. These are the kind of things that you would get a deficiency letter for. Through this process, we recommend that you save a version of your eSTAR that is complete and unsigned. If you've worked with PDF documents enough, you know that challenging a signed PDF document is difficult, near impossible. You definitely can't add any attachments to a signed PDF. So we recommend that you save a version of your eSTAR that's complete and before it's been signed. And this is why. You're going to use your original eSTAR that you submitted. You're going to use it for your AI response or your response to a technical screen hold. Their signature to be removed, this is a PDF thing, not a FDA thing, has to be removed by the person who signed it. That can be a challenge for a variety of reasons. Like I already said, we recommend you save a version. You do have the ability to export data from a signed eSTAR, and you can import it into a blank new eSTAR, but attachments don't come over. So when you get an additional information request or a TS hold, go in and put your new attachments into your eSTAR in the sections that they're applicable to. That are impacted by that deficiencies. If you have sections that are not affected by the TS hold or the AI request, you don't have to mess with them. You just leave them alone. You don't have to mess with the questions. You don't have to mess with the attachments. Everything should remain unchanged. You must resubmit a complete eSTAR. You're looking for that complete green eSTAR again, ready for submission. You're going to select additional information from the application subtype, which was where we picked new application that I demonstrated at the start. And the additional information response will appear at the end of your eSTAR template. You'll copy and paste each AI question from your letter, and then you'll add the button if you have additional responses. So let's see what that looks like. Notice I'm at the bottom. I'm now going to go from new application to additional information. I have opened my original eSTAR unsigned, and I've changed it to additional information. Again, blue help text button has a lot of information, and it talks about when you have subsequent AI requests. So now I'm on my second AI request. I'm going to go back to my first AI eSTAR. I'm not going to go all the way back to my original. I'm going to edit my first AI eSTAR for my second AI response. That's what those boxes talk about. This is where it's going to ask you for your K, if it's a 510K submission, your K number for your original application, and that will automatically populate in the consensus standard declaration of conformity form I showed you. That application number, that's the field that comes from. And then when you go to the bottom of the template under the administrative documentation, there is now a question of, is this a response to an additional information request? You would say yes. More information pops open. You would restate the deficiency from your letter in that first box. In the second box, you're going to provide a response to what that deficiency is. And then when it says right here, add reference, you're going to pull, that's going to be a list of all the attachments that you have in your eSTAR, old and new. The new attachments will be on top. This is where it becomes important about how you name your new attachments. They cannot be the same name as your old attachments. The template will not accept it. That was a lot, and I'm way behind time. I can see my boss pacing. Knowledge check. Can I submit zip files as attachments in my eSTAR? Yay, you're listening. Woo-woo. I didn't put you to sleep with a full belly. If you're citing a non-recognized standard for general use, which field in the template will remain blank in the standard section? 3, the recognition number. A non-recognized standard is not recognized. And number 3, if you don't understand how to answer a question in the template, what should you do first? Blue help, yay, give that person a lifesaver. Blue help text buttons, they're your friends. There's so much information in there. Resources to the URLs that were in my presentation. You have seen this slide, we're here to help. I'm a member of DICE. I may have spoke to some of you. I may have responded to emails, pleasure. Summary. Complete list indicators, built-in resources, forms, and databases are all features of our interactive template. The eSTAR templates are accessed on our eSTAR program page. They must be downloaded and saved first. And review your most recent version history within the template to determine if the version you're using is most appropriate. And understand the different documentation features of the template will help you to generate that complete submission. Again, not just for you, but for the reviewer as well. That was a lot. Thanks, guys. 5 minutes. Thank you.
left my microphone up here too. So I think we're going to take one online question before we have Kendra say her call to action. So Giselle, do you have an online question for us?
Yes, we do. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I started my submission using eSTAR several months ago. There have since been a minor version and a major version update. Do I need to start again with the most recent version of the template?
Also a very common question that we get. So I talked about this. So my recommendation would be, we recommended that you go with the most current major version, right? But if you've started it months ago and you're way into it, you could go to the version history and you could review what was that major version change. If that major version change has nothing to do with your medical device or your submission, then you're probably okay to proceed with the version that you're already in and working on. You just have to understand that that increases your risk for an additional information request should you have missed something and there was a major policy change that does absolutely affect your device. So I hope that answers the question, but that is why we recommend using the most current major version.
Thank you, Kendra. And as Kendra said, we did just recently update the eSTAR page. It's full of questions that we've gotten from you all, and so is this presentation. So hopefully we've hit most of those high notes on the questions that you have, and if not, you can email us. You can always email us or call us. And with that, Kendra, I'll turn it over for you for the call to action.
Oh, yes. Oh, only one question, sorry. So let me get back to here. So I recommend that you spend some time with the information in the template, spend some time with the FAQs, familiarize yourself with it. Go ahead and select your application type and play in it for a little bit before you even start trying to fill it out. Don't think of it as a form in a doctor's office and you're sitting down and you're going to just start filling it out. Spend some time with it, learn it, be comfortable with it before you even start working on it. Don't forget the blue help text buttons. And overall, again, the innovation of this template, I hope you can see, ensures that we have complete submissions that are standardized and fluid for you and the reviewer. Sorry, I went a little bit long and there weren't time for more questions, but DICE will help you. Email or call us.
Thank you.
Oh, and we have the end of the day, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and Kendra will be here for those in the room at the end of the day for the one-on-one session. All right, now with that, I will turn it over to Aneesh Deoras, who's the Acting Division Director for the Digital Health Technology Assessment in the Digital Health Center of Excellence. Aneesh, thank you for joining us. He'll be presenting on AI and medical devices.
I was really hoping that an eSTAR session would put everyone to sleep, but actually Kendra did an amazing job. So that was wonderful. Thanks everyone for having me speak with you all today, and thanks for being back on campus for Maryland's hottest day of the year so far. My name is Aneesh Deoras. I'm an acting division director in CDRH's Digital Health Center of Excellence. I've actually been acting for only about 2 months now. I've previously been leading our electrophysiology devices team. So I'm just really excited about AI technology. We've got a lot of progress in this space. So hopefully I can provide some useful insight. I will admit it will be not as in-depth as I think people would really like me to go, but I will do my best. And then certainly if we have any time for questions after, would love to answer what I can. So this is, AI is here now. I think this exclamation point is carrying quite a bit here because I think everybody gets that. You can't open a web browser, you can't open your computer, your phone without realizing that AI is big, and AI is big in medicine right now. We have been working on AI for a long time. We've authorized 1,400 devices since 1996. We have a database online that we update about every quarter now with any device that's been marketed with AI. Rapid innovation in this space is amazing, but it results in a lot of challenges for regulatory communication. And so that's really what I want to talk about today. How do you communicate to your lead reviewer? What is your AI product? What's it supposed to do? And how are they supposed to be thinking about it in the context of its intended use? So we have just 2 learning objectives today. The first one is, what AI resources do we have access to right now? And then second, how do you describe your AI DSF? And we'll go over what AI DSF means in just a second, completely and efficiently in your next pre-market submission. I do want to give some disclaimers. I would double check everything I say on our website. Stuff is moving fast in this space, and Digital Health Center of Excellence is certainly not slowing down. I don't think it's too surprising to say we're going to have a lot coming out pretty soon. So keep watching our website. We're going to have more information coming out soon. And I will say this is not specifically meant to talk about generative AI, which I think is going to be disappointing to people. These are going to be generally applicable to generative AI, non-deterministic models, everything that people are talking about, but nothing really specific on that. I think we will have things about that pretty soon, but we'll all have to sit tight until that gets released. So first, the resources we have. We do have 3 final guidances I really would like you all to read, not only because I helped write the pre-market submissions guidance with my colleague Justin Post in the back. The first one is our content of pre-market submissions for device software functions. That is our fundamental content of a 510K or a PMA or a de novo that includes software. And it is generally applicable to something that includes AI device software functions. I also want to highlight our off-the-shelf software use in medical devices guidance. This is a corollary guidance to the pre-market submission guidance. It's been updated as well to align with the documentation levels that were established in the most recent version of that guidance. And then also, we do have a final guidance for predetermined change control plans for artificial intelligence-enabled device software functions. We do have a draft guidance for PCCPs in general use in other medical devices, but we do have a final one for AI DSFs. And so we'll go into that a little bit because there's a lot of useful nuggets in there in helping to describe your AI DSF. So let's go into the main learning topic today. I did say we would cover what is an AI DSF because this is a very long acronym, and I want to go over in pieces what is involved here. When we talk about function, function is a distinct purpose of the product. And we might be wondering, why are we talking about functions? Well, for one fundamental reason, in the 21st Century Cures Act, there is a new category of exclusions from the definition of a device. And that includes specific software functions that do not meet the definition of a medical device. And so we do need to exclude them from a pre-market submission. And now we think about things generally as functions. So we also have a guidance on multiple function device products. That's in a case where you might have a function that is a medical device and a function that is not a medical device, or what we would say is an other function. And so you do need to prepare a submission thinking about, are you going to claim some kind of positive benefit from another function that's not part of the medical device, but is going to be overall part of the product that you ship? It's an important question and why we separate things into function. I touched on this just a second ago, but device function is something that does meet the definition of a medical device under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. So now we have a function, we have a device function. Corollary, there is a non-device function then, so that's something that isn't a device function. And then we have this broad category of other functions. It could be even a function that is a medical device, but is class 1 and therefore doesn't need a pre-market submission. I would recommend checking out our multiple function device products guidance. I think that one's a good read. Next, a device software function is a device function that uses software. This makes sense. I would say that one of the common questions I get is, does firmware count as software? This is a pretty difficult, I think everyone kind of gets a sense of something is software or not. There is probably a technical line between programming a CPLD and burning an EEPROM, and somewhere in between there is what becomes software or not. I would say if you're programming something, it's probably software. You've got a device software function. Really take a look at these guidances. It's really helpful. And then an AI-enabled device software function. So we're probably going to be using this language for a bit now until we see some kind of shift overall. You may have seen AI-ML-enabled DSF as well in some contexts. We've largely shifted to AI. Now, I think that's a little bit confusing because most of the cases we're seeing are simply machine learning used as a medical device. But we've decided to go with more of a blanket term at the moment for artificial intelligence. That includes traditional machine learning models, everything from SVMs to expert systems. But also we would think AI includes generative AI and any of these new complex systems that we're kind of thinking about. So my case today is really to say, please give us a clear description of what your device does and specifically your AI DSF. help the reviewers understand what your device does, how it works, and what testing was done to meet the regulatory standard. Now, I'd say, as Kendra talked about eSTAR, you can't finish the eSTAR unless you do this. But really, eSTAR isn't looking at the content. Your reviewers are looking at the content. eSTAR just needs something to be complete. I think it's really important to make sure that just the fundamental device and software description sections are really thorough, because not having thorough sections in that leads to a lot of questions. And I'm going to add, the real goal is to accelerate your time to critical questions. I don't mean so much that you want people to be asked, you don't want your reviewer to necessarily ask questions, but if there is a big issue, you'd rather your reviewer hit those questions sooner rather than later, so they can ask you and the review team have time to work through those issues, fix them, and come to a potentially successful outcome for your pre-market submission. So I'm saying accelerate time to critical questions. Avoid the questions that are just simply, what is your device? What does it do? How is it made? This is a pretty common question. More often than not, I would say at least 2 times for me, just for AI, probably several times for other products. So we'll have divided up a pre-market submission to the different SMEs, and then one of the SMEs will come by and say, hey, did you know this entire thing is based on an AI model deep in the software description? Oh, what? And it's just like one little line that says that this entire thing is machine learning based. Okay, everyone has to stop. We're probably 30 days, 45 days into the review, reset everything, and the AI letter is really just kind of fundamental questions about, hey, what is it? What is this thing? I'd rather avoid that. I think it's much more efficient for us to get to this critical question, what does it do, and does it do what it says on the box? I think it's also important to remember your audience. Place yourself in your reviewer's shoes. I think as regulatory affairs professionals, this is probably one of the most complex things because you are intimately familiar with the product. However long you've been on it, this has been your work for a long time. You're surrounded by the engineers and marketing and everybody that's deep into developing this system. And now you're handing it to someone who has no knowledge of that. They may have knowledge about your competitors, or you may be first to market, and so it's going to be completely fresh. Put yourself in the reviewer's shoes. Think about what would happen if you had to start at your job fresh and start on this project fresh. Those are 2 different contexts that I think are really helpful when you're looking through your device description. Making sure that you have a sense that someone outside of your organization can review this. Now, I know it's not really possible to share something outside of your organization. I think many of us would get in trouble for that. But try to think about it yourself. Even, I would say, think about using an AI tool just to give a sense about, okay, does this make sense from someone without as much context as I have to understand what's going on? I do think peer review is a valuable tool in this case for regulatory affairs professionals, especially for those of you at larger organizations. Even if you can make contact with another reg affairs group within your organization, that can be quite valuable. What's interesting, though, is that when you're describing an AI DSF, it's very similar to a traditional DSF. These are the fundamental things that we need. What does the software do? So the software could do a number of things. If the software is simply being used to transmit data from one place to another, that's pretty important to explain because actually that's not even a device function. That would be considered medical device data system. But if it's actually being used to fundamentally decide how much dose to deliver from an infusion pump and the algorithms built into this model and potentially the artificial intelligence algorithms built into the model decide everything that this patient receives, that is very important. We also want to understand the intended user. That I think is sometimes not well thought about. Really, the biggest distinction I would say is think about patients and caregivers and think about healthcare professionals. And then within the healthcare professionals, think about their experience. It's also good to think about the intended use population. So of course, if you're thinking about something that's meant for pediatric use versus adult use versus geriatric use, that really has a big impact. The platform is going to be an important question. So I mean by platform, a lot of our systems don't necessarily live as a standalone computer. I would say if I look through a number of 510Ks back in the 90s and 2000s, a lot of them were you ship the whole laptop as a turnkey solution with your software operating on it. That's not necessarily the case nowadays. You're probably integrated with a number of systems as part of an electronic health record, as part of a PACS. It's much more complicated, so please be open and honest with that. And finally, the inputs and the outputs. I think this is a tough part because sometimes the inputs are somewhat variable. If that's the case, explain that in your submission. And I would also suggest checking out our predetermined change control plan guidance because that might be useful for that. When we think about the AI DSF specifics, I'm going to go through each of these bullet points separately. First, we want to think about the methods, the models, the frameworks, and the platforms. What of this is artificial intelligence? I know today we actually have a little bit more of a sense, and I kind of hint at this a bit more, because we're now entering a world of foundation models that are trained and reinforced for a particular use case versus trained for a specific use case. But things are a little bit different. So where you can, do your best to explain what the model is. Give us a sense about how it was developed. Give us a sense about what it's using. Is it a transformer-only model? Is it a very straightforward linear regression? That technically could be machine learning. Give us a sense of that because that gives us a better sense of what kinds of questions we need to ask. The frameworks also are pretty important. Where does this model sit in terms of the overall structure? We are going to include a bit of discussion about the architecture, and that is still important. Next is data informing the models. We'll have a slide talking about this a bit more in just a second. This is still important. Now, again, we're talking about foundation models that are trained on the entirety of the internet. That's not really what we're talking about. I think it's still important, though. I've certainly seen models where the company comes in and says, this is entirely trained on young, healthy individuals, and we want to apply it to Medicare population that's suffering from heart failure. You have to say that as much as maybe the validation shows that it works, but this is going to raise some eyebrows. We don't know if this population really makes sense for what your intended use is. And sometimes we only find that out way late in the review period. So please be open where you can about the data informing the models. If you don't have access to that, I would suggest checking out our off-the-shelf guidance. We'll mention this in another slide, but it can be helpful to provide what types of API information you have access to explain what's going on. Steps to identify and address limitations. This is one thing I really want to emphasize because I think the reviewers sometimes get a very brief picture of what you've done because we only see the snapshot of what's in eSTAR or in your eCopy. But you've been working on this. Your engineers have been working on this for a long time. Make sure that we understand how you've thought through the limitations of a given model and try to address them. If you know that a model is subject to a certain type of bias when in certain scenarios, explain to us how you've done that. How have you addressed that as a risk? Sometimes it's just through labeling. Sometimes it's through a more deep solution that you've affected in the model itself, but help us understand that. Finally, I think transparency has been a bit of a challenge lately. It is still important, and I really want to emphasize transparency, not so much for FDA's purposes, for your purposes. I will say that as much as I'm saying 1,400 devices have been authorized, not that many have been commercially successful. Now that's a reimbursement challenge, that's an integration challenge. I do think one of those challenges is transparency, making sure that providers and patients understand what's going on in your product and so that they feel comfortable using it. So I do think part of that should go in your device description and your AI DSF description. I think that would be really helpful for the reviewer to understand what's going on. So I did mention off-the-shelf software. This hasn't historically been so important for AI DSFs really, but now it absolutely is. We're certainly seeing foundation language models are coming forward, but also there are foundation linear models as well. We're seeing a lot of different applications that you might be taking an off-the-shelf framework that's already available and just tuning it for your particular purpose and deploying it in an accessible package. That's really the device that you're offering. So help us understand what's going on because many of these models are actually trained on non-medical data. So giving us a sense of what's happening there is really useful. I would say see section A in our off-the-shelf software guidance, and that will really help explain where the individual software components come from. Again, I have those three guidances up, the pre-market software content, off-the-shelf software, and our predetermined change control plans guidance. Those are all pretty useful. So this is a bit of a shift. So this is actually a section in our pre-market software guidance section. I wouldn't necessarily include this in your device description. There is a separate section. If you say that you have software in eSTAR, it'll open up an architecture diagram section. In there, I would really think about how do you describe the architecture around your AI DSF. Now, I imagine we've gotten some questions about why do the diagrams in the device software functions guidance look like this? Well, it's actually, we have gotten device architectures that were scribbled on the back of napkins. It's amazing sometimes, versus, of course, the larger software developing companies will send us beautiful architecture diagrams that are really well thought out. So we wanted to strike a balance of something that really anyone could draw in PowerPoint. We didn't use any kind of architectural modeling language. This is just in PowerPoint. Within this, it's really helpful to understand where does your AI DSF live as part of this, and then how does it connect to other components within your system. I want to make another case for training and tuning data because this is often a challenge we face. We think it's useful, especially if the training and tuning data are specific to your model, to understand what has been used to train that AI DSF. There are always going to be questions about whether the training data are applicable to the population this product is being used on. As we think about the next generation of models, often the training data is going to be so opaque that we'll have no idea how a foundation model was really trained. But I do think the things that are within your control are how are you reinforcing that model? Are you using human reinforcement? If that's the case, that's part of really your training data, and give us a sense of what's going on there. And then if ultimately you can give us context for why the training data exists and why you chose the training data like that, that's really useful. Finally, one thing I want to call out for is please explain how you're making sure that the data are separate. I keep saying more than once. I think this is really only one time that this has been a real challenge for me, in that the validation data happened to bleed over into the training data the other way around. Training data bled over into the validation data for an AI DSF. Why is that problematic? If you train on certain data and you test on the same data, you're really going to be prone to overfitting for that model. Less of a concern, I think, maybe for the next generation of models, but still important. So help us understand not only what data you're using, but how you're controlling and managing the data. Testing data is ultimately important too. And in the eCopy and eSTAR, I would put this in the software testing as part of verification and validation section more than the device description. But I want to bring it up. It is useful to describe in your device and software description, what did you do to validate the software? We often face the challenge of who actually adjudicated the data to mean what you say it means. So it's useful for us to understand, what annotators did you use? What were their qualifications? Were those annotators really just university students, or were they board certified physicians? Big difference, but potentially the university students would be acceptable in some use cases if they can be adequately trained. Just explain to us how you're doing that. Also, how you're resolving conflicts between those adjudicators. We're also seeing an increased use of automation in developing the reference standards. So that's important too. If you had a separate validation for that individual model that's then being used to create the data set for testing, that's important. I didn't include synthetic data here, but certainly that's coming down the road. If you do plan to use synthetic data, one, I would do a great AI DSF description, but also I'd submit a pre-submission because that's a pretty exciting topic. Now, we should talk about predetermined change control plans. I imagine everyone in regulatory affairs has heard about this concept, but the idea is that as part of a pre-market submission, you're going to draw a boundary around what your device can potentially do after authorization. Within that boundary, you're going to explain how you're going to move within that space, and then how you're going to confirm that it continues to be safe and effective once you've made that change. PCCPs are really useful for artificial intelligence-enabled device software functions. We do have a specific guidance for predetermined change control plans for AI DSFs, so I would check that out. And I'm going to really call out Appendix A because I think it's one of my favorite parts of the 3 guidances I mentioned earlier. One example is 1B1. What processes are in place to ensure data consistency and completeness are maintained during data collection? Well, that's actually pretty useful to think about. that actually summarizes a lot of what I've kind of talked about today during the presentation. Appendix A of this guidance actually talks through a lot of this. Now, it's very specific to a PCCP, really helping us understand what do we need for something that's going to change after it launches. But I would say it's worth the 5 minutes to skim that section because it will bring you insights about what you might want to describe in your device description. Another one, 1C5, will any of the methods for determining the reference standard be automated? Are there differences between the reference standards used for training, tuning, and testing? That is often the case. So help us understand what's going on. We'll often see that the training data come from an existing data set, but the validation data are coming from a core lab adjudicated data set. That can be okay, but help us understand that difference because it's going to factor into the review team's consideration. And certainly if the review team has a question about it, it's better that the question's answered in the submission already. For your AI-DSF description in eSTAR, I tried to highlight some sections that probably should go into a different area, but if you're thinking about the overall device, often I think here's where the challenge is that an AI-DSF may be the same as the device because your whole submission is for the AI-DSF. If that's the case, your device description can probably store most of this, and then more technical details going into the software description. Sometimes, though, the overall device is a larger product, and you might have multiple device software functions and multiple AI-DSFs that would go into the software description. So it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Do your best to break that up. I think what's important, though, think about that who's actually going to get to these sections. Now, ideally, the lead reviewer is going to see all of these sections, but normally it's going to be either the software reviewer or the AI/ML SME that's going to look at the software and firmware description, versus everybody on the review team probably is going to look at the comprehensive device description. So depending on your audience, think about where you want to put this information. All right, I only have one knowledge check question, so I apologize if anyone likes tests, but what guidance should I check first before preparing an AI-DSF description? You can just say 1, 2, or 3. Yep, 2. I heard some faint 2s. Really, I think in order, I would go pre-market submissions. I would think about off-the-shelf software use, and then probably the PCCP guidance. I think those are all useful. When I'm highlighting these guidances, these are really our cadre of pre-market content guidances, not necessarily is my product a medical device guidance. For that, I would really go to our device software functions and mobile medical apps guidance. That's the starting point if you're not really sure where your product belongs. Just some resources, and then I'm going to let Michelle come up.
All right, thank you, Aneesh. You know, when Aneesh was developing this presentation, I said that these were the deficiencies I wrote all the time as a reviewer. These just starting from the device description and getting your description of your software, especially if it's an AI device software function, you have to start from the basics with the reviewer who's not familiar with the device at all. Do you want to read your summary quickly before we move forward?
Sorry, I forgot I did have that slide. I went a little backwards. There we go. Really a clear, efficient AI-DSF description. That's the thing I'm trying to make the case for. It is so important. It saves so much time. And the first round of questions you're going to get from your review team, if they have any, are going to be more useful for everyone to address. Ideally, those questions don't exist, but sometimes they do. And it's better that we get to them quickly. Put yourself in the reviewer's shoes. Think about if you were starting fresh on this project, and what would you want to know in order to figure out what's going on? And then, of course, leverage our final guidances for tips on description preparation. Again, Appendix A of the PCCP guidance is a gem. I think it's really great.
Thank you, Aneesh. So we're actually going to move to the question and answer session now. So I'll start again, as we did before, with an online question. And then if you have questions in the room, please line up at the mics and we'll alternate between the online and in-person questions. All right, Giselle, do you have a question for us?
We do. All right, first question. What are the biggest challenges to regulators with the evolution of AI?
Yeah, so the rapid development of AI has been the biggest challenge, I think, because we've regulated AI for a long time, and we could do it in a very structured way. You have a certain data set, you validate that on that data set, we look at the results and we can think about it in terms of sensitivity and specificity and PPV, and now we can authorize it. We're really facing a new world where products that are probably coming forward are going to be able to do almost anything within the scope of a patient's medical care. And so I think the next thing is really going to be thinking about how does that look for patients and for the regulatory structure. So.
All right, thank you. All right, the question in the room.
In 2026, can we expect some major updates in AI-related guidances from the FDA?
Yeah, so I will say that Dr. Tarver announced pretty recently that we're going to be sending a final version of the AI lifecycle guidance. I didn't mention it here. It's a draft guidance. It was released in January 2025. We do plan to do that. It's on one of our top lists for new guidances to come out this year. So look out for that. I don't want to give a timeline on it, but I would say 2026 is reasonable.
Thanks, Aneesh. All right, let's go back to the online questions, Giselle.
How is FDA conceptualizing accountability for adaptive AI systems post-clearance as models evolve in real-world settings?
This is one of the toughest things because we have to think about what can we do in the post-market setting and really what do we have the authority for? I mean, most of our devices, if you're submitting a pre-market submission, you're probably subject to general and special controls. If you're a PMA, you have a lot more controls. We're mostly looking in that 510K de novo space. What can we do for PCCP devices that change over time? I think we're working with manufacturers to understand what is feasible, because also we have to think about the burden associated with the post-market surveillance, both on the manufacturer and on the staff that have to use the product. I think hopefully we'll have a bit more about that soon. I will say there are some, if you are preparing a 510K, make sure to check out if there are any special controls attached to your regulation, because some of those special controls do include post-market surveillance requirements, even if you don't include a PCCP. So we're checking that out before we get deep into the submission preparation process.
All right, thank you. In the room.
Hi, my question is about the generative AI. Since now the generative AI is really useful and helpful in treating some test result and give some suggestions to the patient. But I found that mostly in every guidance standard, even from the IMDF's recent draft standard, they are all silent about the generative AI. So my question will be, what will be FDA's roadmap or some thinking of the generative AI and how can we best prepare for it?
Yeah, that's great. So we don't have anything public right now. We really hope to have a bit more. To be honest, we are thinking about this every hour of every day to figure out how are we supposed to do this. These systems are pretty complicated. They're also the bedrock of a lot of our economy at the moment. So we have to be honest about, what kinds of regulatory actions we take. And I'm not mentioning that we're taking any, really. I think the point is more that anything that we do around the scope of generative AI has to be very careful, has to be within our jurisdiction, and appropriate for the risks they present. Because I also think it's important to think about the benefits that these offer to patients. Being able to aggregate your health information, being able to ask these models for help understanding complex topics or preparing for your next doctor's visit. These are very important tools because patients don't always have access to someone who's an advocate for them. So I think those all need to factor into what our next system looks like.
Aneesh, would you recommend that people who are developing those technologies come in, talk to us early with a pre-sub?
I don't love the phrase early and often for pre-subs, but for this, yes, please come early. If you're doing a Gen AI application, I wouldn't say if just because you're doing a transformer model, that's a bit more technical, but we've actually seen quite a few transformer models that are coming out with actually more deterministic outputs because they have some kind of structure behind them. But if you're really looking at some kind of interactive system, especially in the mental health space, we recently had a Digital Health Advisory Committee meeting on digital mental health devices. Come talk to us. We'd love to talk with you and understand what's needed to support clearance.
Thank you. I actually got a question about that from somebody earlier today. So whoever that was, you should check out that as well. Mm-hmm. Let's go to an online question, Giselle.
Okay. For the processes that support PCCP, should we include copies of them or just provide an overview in the subsection of the device description?
I would say I would really do both. I mean, I think it's been varied. Ultimately, PCCPs have been, for AI, for continuous learning, we're still trying to understand how to make those work and make them work consistently in pre-market submissions. I would include both. I would make sure to have the high-level description so everyone understands what's going on, and then the more detailed description of your processes so we answer some of those questions that might come up later. I will say probably the issue we see with PCCPs, at least the ones I've seen, is not enough detail. So more detail, I would lean in that direction.
All right, thanks. Let's take a question in the room.
I'm going to ask this because you brought up synthetic data. What cases do you think synthetic data works, and what cases do you think they do not work?
I think we haven't yet kind of made a statement on synthetic data, but I think we have to be real that the cases where it's probably going to be useful is in really rare disease, orphan disease conditions, where we simply have too few samples in order to adequately validate a system. And so the synthetic data offers an opportunity to enrich data sets in ways that were just simply not possible. Not too long ago, we participated in, or we actually led something called VChamps, which is in conjunction with VA to look at cardiovascular disease in VA patients under VA care. And that was really based on the potential for synthetic data to support validation of these systems. It's certainly coming. I will say I haven't personally seen any in my space, but likely it's coming very soon. Sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, mostly because I was more thinking for things like pediatrics, when there might not be good available data or the ability to get good data because of a low prevalence of certain diseases or certain types of pediatric patients.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be the case for rare presentations, for pediatric patients. Synthetic data could become adaptations. We do have, our pediatric guidance talks about how we can adapt adult data to pediatric use cases. I don't really see why we couldn't try to adapt data through artificial intelligence in order to support authorization of a pediatric device. And I know all of our teams are really focused on pediatric device approvals. We know it's a challenging development area. Funding is always going to be an issue. So if you have ideas about how you want to validate something for PEDS use, please let us know. We're happy to help.
We also have Aldo Badano speaking on the topic later today as well. All right, let's do one more online question and then one more in the room. Giselle, do you have an online question for us?
We do. How much detail does FDA expect on the training, tuning, and validation data sets for an AI-enabled device, especially when the model may be updated over time?
Yeah, this is tough because certainly if you're in a phase where you're going to be updating post-authorization, your data sets are going to grow over time, and potentially if you have local adaptations, not just global adaptations, your data set might be quite complicated at that point. I think it's really important for us to understand what kinds of patients were involved. So demographics of patients is important. Comorbidities are going to be important. When and how the data were collected. So if you could give us a sense about what types of measurement tools were used and who was administrating those tools. Really, I think if there's characteristics that your team felt factored into your choice of that data set, let us know, because that's going to be helpful for us to understand. Of course, I know cost probably factors in there, but the rest of the things that make it relevant for your use case probably are going to help the reviewer understand your situation better.
Thank you. All right, let's take one more question from the room.
Great. Thanks so much, Aneesh, for the presentation. So I know Annie is going to talk about the use of DHTs and AI possibly in drug development, but I thought I'd ask a question here because more often than not, we're seeing AI used across the entire development, whether it's device or drug. And so I was going to ask the question, where do you, since you brought up early and often engagement, where do you see those kind of synergies between CDRH and CDER? Because CDER doesn't have like the pre-submission kind of interactions when using kind of AI across, like, it could be a device used in a drug trial, vice versa.
Yeah, it's a great question. I can't really speak so much for CEDAR because really my experience is CDRH. But I would say we have worked quite often with our CEDAR colleagues on digital health technologies, understanding how we can adapt systems. My example of training a model on young, healthy individuals and trying to use it for heart failure patients actually came from a CEDAR interaction. And we had to look at the company and say, what are you guys doing? So, we have good conversations, I think, with our CEDAR and CBER colleagues as we all try and navigate the space. They have certain requirements that they can use, and likely you'll see new guidance coming from CEDAR as well in this space about specifically drug development and then prescription drug use related software. So a lot of development coming forward.
Thank you. All right, before I turn it over to Aneesh for his call to action, let's just give him a round of applause. Thank you, Aneesh.
Great. So I just have one call to action. Please be super clear. Please be detailed. More information is probably better than less. If it feels like it's getting to be too much information, break it up. Include a summary level in your device description and a detailed version in your software description. However you can do it to make it so that the reviewer understands what you're doing, understands what you've done to get to your pre-market submission, and what they need to be looking at in order to make a decision. Thank you all.
Thank you, Aneesh. Okay, now we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, so we'll see you back here at 3:05.
Yeah, I looked at the shuttle, but
All right, everybody, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again for our afternoon session. We're hitting the home stretch hard today because we have some really great presentations coming up for you that I think you'll really learn a lot from and enjoy. First, we have Justin Post, who is a cybersecurity specialist at CDRH in the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation, or OST, and he serves as a cybersecurity focal point program advisor as well for OPEC. In these roles, he advises senior leadership and review teams on medical device cybersecurity policy, guidance, and regulatory implementation, ensuring consistent science-based oversight across the entire product lifecycle to protect patient safety in an increasingly connected healthcare ecosystem. Mr. Post's responsibilities span both pre-market and post-market cybersecurity review, contributing to the modernization of FDA cybersecurity guidance. A key part of his work is leading the OPEC Cybersecurity Focal Point Program, an initiative designed to promote consistency in review practices and policy for complex topics like cybersecurity that span across multiple device types and OHTs within OPEC. Throughout this program, he helps ensure that staff are appropriately trained and that subject matter experts are available to provide expertise in both internal and external stakeholders, which improves quality, consistency, and efficiency of regulatory reviews. He regularly engages with external stakeholders to clarify FDA expectations and advance public health protections, and we're excited he's here with us today. We also have Aldo Badano, who's the director of the Division of Imaging, Diagnostics, and Software Reliability within the Office of Science and Engineering Laboratories at CDRH. In April of 2026, Aldo celebrated 25 years of service at FDA dedicated to advancing innovative regulatory science, including open source computational pipelines and synthetic data sets to support the evaluation of medical devices and enabling innovation in healthcare technology. Aldo is currently one of the most published scientists in the history of CDRH. He earned his PhD in nuclear engineering from the University of Michigan, and among numerous other awards and recognitions, he was appointed to the Senior Biomedical Research Service in 2017. So please join me in welcoming our first speaker of this session, Justin Post.
Hey, everybody. I'm glad I'm after the break. I appreciate, I don't know if Aneesh is still here, I appreciate the call out on prior guidance documents. That's always nice. But let's just jump right into it. So why am I here? I'm going to talk about cybersecurity and medical devices. Hopefully you've heard about it. So yeah, let's just jump right in. So why is cybersecurity important? So at the FDA, if you haven't figured this out already, we view cybersecurity as an integral part of safety and effectiveness. And why would this be important to you? This would be important to you because you might get a hold letter or you might not be authorized because we found issues regarding the cybersecurity of your device. So it's not uncommon for us to issue NSEs, non-substantially equivalent decisions, or not approval for PMAs based on cybersecurity concerns alone. And let's see. So for today's learning objectives, I really have three chapters I want to go through. One is to talk about the law and describe Section 524B of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, titled Ensuring Cybersecurity of Devices. That's important to set the legal framework. And then I'll go into what I call our pre-market cybersecurity guidance. I'm not going to read that long title. So what this guidance does is allows us to kind of give you a roadmap of recommendations and ways in which you comply with the law in that first chapter that I'll go through. And then lastly, probably of most interest is what is FDA seeing in submissions, and what are some common problems, and what should you try to avoid in your submissions. So we'll start with chapter 1, which is section 524B of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. This is the law basically set forth for medical device cybersecurity. If you didn't know about the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which I hope you do, that is the original law setting our laws for medical devices. So the fact that section 524B is in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act tells you off the bat, hint, that it's a statutory requirement. It is law. So what is the timeline for this law? So it all started first at the end of 2022 with the Consolidated Appropriations Act for 2023, also known as the Omnibus, that was signed into law. What that act did was basically amended the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act by adding Section 524B. What does it apply to? The law is kind of forward approaching as far as looking at submissions that are coming in for cyber devices as of the effective date of the law. This includes kind of the major pathways that you'll see, 510Ks, PMAs, de novos, as well as their supporting supplements. And then the effective date of that was March 29th, 2023. So we're past 3 years now. I think it's probably been some growing pains, but I think submissions are getting better. But we are 3 years into this, so shouldn't be a surprise at this point. So now you might ask yourself, well, what is a cyber device? Tell me about that. So it's broken up into 3 parts. The first part, and these all have to apply. The first part is, does it have software? It could be software in a device, software as a device. Does it have the ability to connect to the internet? I would say early on, I think sponsors struggled a little bit with this, and we revised the June version of the guidance, Section 7, that talks about cyber devices to kind of give a little more clarity, but I'm going to give you the clarity here. If your device is able to connect to the internet, whether or not you intend it or not, it has the ability to connect. If you say, well, I have an Ethernet, but I don't need it for the intended use of my device, it doesn't matter. The connectivity is there. There's a risk there. You have to mitigate the risk. And then lastly, the technical characteristics has technical characteristics that basically could be vulnerable to threats. So honestly, if you're meeting 1 and 2, you're more than likely hitting 3 anyway. All right. So now I'm going to go, sorry for the legal speak, but I'm going to do kind of a summary of 524B. Feel free to go and read the statute at your own leisure. So what does the law actually say that sponsors to the FDA? It's kind of worded and provide to the secretary. But so for these submissions in which you have a cyber device, the applicable submissions, which I went through, we require manufacturers to submit a cybersecurity management plan. So I know that the topic of this presentation was kind of pre-market, but I think a lot of times people forget that the law is both pre-market and post-market, and you'll find out why when I go through this presentation, why the post-market piece is also important. So that first piece is the cybersecurity management plan. So this is basically telling us not what you're going to do about the device today, secure it, but what are you going to do about the device tomorrow, because your device will be subject to threats. The threat landscape evolves over time, and you have to have operational procedures and processes in place in order to make sure that you're able to respond to those threats and remediate any risk to your product that might arise. The second part is part 2, which also has both pre-market and a post-market slant to it. So the first part says reasonable assurance that the device and related systems are cyber secure, and to make available regular critical updates and patches. You might notice if you ever get a deficiency from the FDA, if you're familiar with 4-part harmony, there's 4 parts. That's what did you provide? Why is what you provided inadequate? The third part is the statement of basis, is why are we asking, why is FDA saying this deficiency about my particular product? And then the 4th part is, what do I need to provide to remediate such concerns? You'll often see, if you get a deficiency, the statement of basis of why we're issuing a deficiency is going to go right to the law. This is different than other areas that you might see where the 4-part harmony is kind of written to, well, how does it impact safety? What's the risk? The benefit of 524B is that because it is in law, I can tie all of our deficiencies can tie right back to 524B and say, is your device cyber secure? If it's not, we'll point to the statement of basis of what the issue is. The second part of this is make available regular and critical updates and patches. So this kind of tells you that your device should have the ability to be patched when it's in the market, because issues are going to come up. How are you going to respond to those? So for regular updates, maybe things that have what we call uncontrolled risk, maybe that's something that you do as part of a regular update cycle. However, if it's a critical risk that has an uncontrolled risk for the product, then that's something that you're going to have to do out of cycle. You're going to have to get your team together quickly, develop a patch, test the patch, release the patch, because in this case, for uncontrolled risk, we're talking about the fact that there's just imminent threat of patient safety impact. And then lastly, we asked for an SBOM. For those of you that don't know what that is, that's a software bill of materials. Think of it as kind of the ingredient list. So what is actually in your software? No software is built from scratch these days. There's some internal components that are developed. There's third-party components, open source. We want to know what's in the software. I don't think this is really a new concept in the fact that we've had our off-the-shelf software guidance in place for many years. This just, within the context of 524B, really gets down to a little bit more detail, providing that SBOM as part of the legal requirement. All right, so I've covered chapter 1, covering the legal part. So now I have a quick knowledge check. And the knowledge check question is, the cybersecurity requirements set forth in section 524B of the FD&C Act are considered best practice recommendations, not legally binding requirements. False. That is correct. So, and that, again, that's the beauty of 524B, and that we were lucky enough that Congress granted us this authority. And it is something that I said we will mention in our deficiencies, and tied back to is the legal requirement. All right, so now, as a manufacturer, you might be thinking, all right, there's these legal requirements. What do I do? How do I meet these statutory expectations? That's kind of the beauty of the pre-market cybersecurity guidance. It's really there to provide that roadmap for you, to provide actionable recommendations for how to comply with the law. And I'm going to go through that in the next series of slides. So you'll see here a picture on the right. This is the February version. There's been a lot of updates recently, but the latest version in February 2026, that was kind of a minor update that we made because of the quality management system regulations, and updating some of the text throughout to align with, as you know, the quality management system regulations, cite by reference ISO 13485. So we wanted to make sure that it was up to date. But again, so how should you think about the guidance? Really, it is your primary tool, your primary roadmap, the best way for you to get to the finish line to market. The intent is to help manufacturers comply with the law. There's a lot of detail in this document. I don't have time to go through it in this presentation. It's over 60 pages, but there's a lot of good information in there. Secondly, like I kind of hinted to, it also has purposely references throughout to the QMSR, specifically clauses in ISO 13485. Why is that important? Well, cyber should be integrated into your quality management system. If you also didn't know, the quality system inspection technique guide from the 90s was recently revised, I believe in February, to have a new, basically, inspection guide for inspectors that go out to your sites. And there's a cybersecurity element in that manual. So not only is it important to comply with 524B, but it's also important for cybersecurity to be integrated into your quality management system from a quality management system regulation standpoint. And those are basic things like design inputs, outputs, testing, supplier management, and you'll see those sites purposely throughout the guidance for that reason. All right, so third point includes recommendations for cyber documentation. So this is, again, this document is kind of like your playbook and roadmap for how, what documentation providing to us will help you tell the story about why your device is cyber secure. Because at the end of the day, as reviewers, we're taking all the information that's provided to us and we have to make a decision, is the device cyber secure or not? So this documentation that we recommend in the guidance is there for that purpose. Okay. The other nice thing, I'm glad that eSTAR was part of this presentation topics today, because we purposely built out the cybersecurity section of eSTAR to trace directly to the documentation elements that are called out in the guidance. So if you're following the guidance and looking through the documentation elements and you're doing those things, when you go to, for those of you that prepare the submissions, when you go into eSTAR for a cyber device and get to the cybersecurity section of eSTAR, you're going to notice that there's that direct traceability from what's being recommended for documentation in the guidance to what's being asked for in eSTAR. As mentioned before, eSTAR is required for 510Ks and de novos, recommended for PMAs. And then, I don't know if this clicker's dying on me. Okay, all right. Again, this is a high-level presentation. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail, but there's a lot of wealth of knowledge on our cybersecurity webpage. Just Google FDA cybersecurity. You'll probably find our webpage. It has a lot of good source materials on there, such as white papers, guidance documents, some public safety notices that we've done for medical devices that have had vulnerabilities. You don't want to end up on that list, but a lot of good information there. All right. Yeah, it's kind of lagging.
Sorry, we're just working on some IT issues over
here. Okay.
It's not here.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, okay. So I really like this slide. So what I'm going to start out with first is on the left-hand side. We've covered this, right? We've covered the legal basis, right? Section 524B. And I've covered the three parts. So B1, I'll call it, is the cybersecurity management plan. Talked about that. B2 is the device and related systems cybersecure. And then B3, the SBOM. So then now I just talked about the guidance and how that could be helpful to meet the statutory requirements. So these are kind of the five main pillars that are called out in the guidance. Cybersecurity management plan, risk management, architecture, testing, and labeling. And you'll notice that there is traceability between those elements, those five pillars and the law. So you'll see that direct trace from the cybersecurity management plan to when we talk about cybersecurity management plan in the guidance. B2 traces to a bunch of different areas because we're talking about, is the device cybersecure? So risk management, architecture, testing. And then the SBOM is part of transparency and risk management. So it ties to that section. It also ties to the labeling, which is providing transparency to your end user on what they're actually purchasing and procuring and having them be able to manage risk throughout the total product lifecycle. And then the list of documentation elements that are throughout this guidance document. And then you'll see the traceability from those elements back to the sections of the guidance and then back to the statutory requirements. So we asked for traceability. I'm showing you traceability on how if this doesn't convince you that the guidance can be used as a roadmap for you to help comply with 524B, I don't know what is, but that's kind of the angle of this particular slide. All right, so let's go into the pre-market cyber guidance in a little bit more detail. I talked about the five pillars, security risk management. This is really about being proactive about identifying threats to your device and identifying risk control measures and design to mitigate those risks. Security architecture is you're now building those defenses for your device against the threats and risks that your device may be subject to based on its connectivity and just intended use. And then cybersecurity testing, which is really the evidence that what you've actually built has been implemented successfully and can actually stand up to a modern day malicious attack. Labeling is important for transparency and informing users of the security posture of the device. It's also important for continued maintenance and security of the device, alerting users of what to do if there's an issue with their device. I'll go into all these in a little bit more detail. And then the cybersecurity management plan, again, this is if those four pillars are what do you do to secure your device, that last pillar is what do you do once the device is on the market. and how are you going to make sure that it continues to remain safe and effective with the constantly evolving threat environment. All right, so security risk management. So we'll break these down into the different documentation elements quickly. So cybersecurity risk management report. This really shouldn't be unfamiliar. If you're familiar with ISO 14971, this is kind of, risk management reports are kind of an element already of risk management. The cybersecurity risk management report just kind of has that security lens to it. So this is basically just your summation of, tell us about all the risk activities that you've done, by either referencing to them, and then give us an overall assessment of the security posture of the device. So typically when I do a review, this is probably the first document that I look at, because then I can kind of branch out into some of the other documents that I'll discuss throughout the rest of this slide. Threat modeling, again, this is being proactive about identifying threats for your device. It's in our guidance, we talk about, I like this model. It's an educational resource that you can use, the MITRE threat modeling playbook. So a good way to think about threat modeling is, what are we working on? So what are the assets of your system? What are the trust boundaries? What are all the connections? What could go wrong? So what are the particular threats that might happen for your device? What are you going to do about it? Which is the third part, which is what controls you're going to put in place to mitigate those risks. And then the fourth part of that model is, did you do a good job? So the controls that you put in place, are they actually effective in reducing the risk to your device from these threats? So I would say without a good foundational threat modeling, you might run into issues with the cybersecurity risk assessment, because that's the next step. So I would say early on in development, it's so critical to do threat modeling, because that then feeds into the cybersecurity risk assessment. This is where you're actually taking those threats and running them through your risk methodology, which we recommend in our guidance as using factors of exploitability and severity of patient harm. So now you're going through, you identified all the threats to your device, and now you're basically going through and you're evaluating all those threats one by one to say, do I have acceptable risk or unacceptable risk? And if I have unacceptable risk, what am I going to do about it? What risk control measures am I going to put in place through security design to mitigate those risks? Next is interoperability. No device isolates in a vacuum. So your device is going to connect to other devices, healthcare infrastructure, other computer platforms. So you need to consider the risks associated with connecting outside your device and how you're going to protect and secure the device for those connections outside of the device. SBOM and related information. We talked about the SBOM. The additional information that we ask for is the support status. So is it actively supported? Is it no longer supported? We hope it's supported. It should be supported. If you have vulnerabilities and components that are in your SBOM, did you do an analysis from a safety and security perspective regarding those vulnerabilities? And then unresolved anomalies. We're not naive to think that any software product's going to be 100% clean and not have bugs in it, but the expectation is if there are bugs in the software, from a safety perspective, we talk about it in the pre-market software guidance that you need to think about safety, the safety impact, but from the security perspective in the pre-market cyber guidance, you need to think about, could those anomalies have a security impact, which then could have a safety impact? So it's important to do that evaluation. And then lastly, this kind of brings home like post-market aspects. So in alignment with your cybersecurity management plan, when your device is on the market, you should be tracking to see how many vulnerabilities are coming up in my product. How quickly am I able to identify them, risk assess them, and decide, do I need to put out a patch now, or can it wait based on risk? So how quickly can I deploy to my end users? So the security risk management metrics are basically around your cybersecurity management plan, but for a marketed device, and how you're actually doing with implementing the processes and procedures in your cybersecurity management plan. All right, so we've talked about risk, and now that we've identified risk, now it's about building the defenses for your device. And this is where we get into the security architecture piece and the implementation of security controls. So first and foremost, you've probably heard this a million times, if security needs to be designed in and needs to be thought about early in the development process. You're not doing yourself any favors or the review process any favors if you've finished developing the product, you've done all the regular V&V testing, and then you're like, oh wait, FDA wants to know about the cybersecurity posture of our device and thinking about it at the end. That's going to be a painful experience for you if you're thinking about security as a checklist versus it being integrated into your quality management system. In the guidance, we talk about secure product development framework. Earlier, I talked about integrating security into your quality management system. By doing this, this will serve you well for when you eventually come to us with your documentation. So in the guidance, we talk about 8 control categories: authentication, authorization, cryptography, confidentiality, integrity, resiliency and recovery, and secure updates. And one more, event detection and logging. I don't want to miss it. I'm not going to go into detail, but there is a lot of detail in Appendix 1 for each of these categories. So I recommend that you familiarize yourself with them, because it's probably no secret that when we do our review, it's not only your roadmap, it's also our roadmap. We've kind of put it out there for you of things to look for. These are also the same things we're looking for when we do our review on security controls. Also, going into the next topic on architecture, now we're talking about kind of the architecture views or the blueprint. And we have 4 different views that I'll go through very quickly. So the global system view, this just gives us kind of that high level 10,000-foot view of what is your system, what are the components, how does it connect to things outside of the device, what are the trust boundaries, where does data flow from an untrusted to a trusted, from untrusted to trusted perspective. The next part is the multi-patient harm view. As you can imagine, if there's a cybersecurity incident or vulnerability that impacts multiple patients, that is going to be a higher risk for your device. So we want to see your analysis of if there's a cybersecurity event or threat and it's realized, does that result in multi-patient harm? If it does, what are you doing about it? Updatability, patchability view talks about how are you deploying secure updates to your devices in the field. Tell us about the process from at manufacturing for how you create that software firmware product, and then how it gets securely deployed to the end device in the field. We want to see that entire workflow. And then lastly, security use case views. This is basically, it's going to be dependent on your device, but these are all the scenarios that could come in play based on different operational states of your device, where there could be a security event. And we want to know how you're mitigating those specific threats to your device. Again, Appendix 2, highly recommend reading. It goes into the detail of that we're expecting to see for each of these views. It is not uncommon for us to issue deficiencies for inadequate threat modeling and architecture views. A lot of times these two ended up being kind of lumped together. A lot of times the architecture views ended up in the threat modeling documentation, but this gets again back to the story. So what is the blueprint of your device? How have you thought about your system holistically, and how are you protecting it? All right, so the next pillar, cybersecurity testing. In the guidance, we cover 4 different types of testing. The first types of testing is security requirements testing. So this is just kind of your basic vanilla, I have a requirement, I've implemented it, is it implemented? Second one, threat mitigation. So before I talked about, you did threat modeling, you did your risk assessment, now you've identified some risk control measures to mitigate the risks. Okay, so for those risk control measures, are they actually effective in reducing the risk to an acceptable level? That's what's meant by threat mitigation testing. Sometimes there is overlap between the first two, because a lot of times when you create a risk control measure, that ends up turning into a requirement, which then ends up as part of the security requirements testing. But they are separated out in the guidance because of the recognition of the traceability really that you should have from risk control measures, then into a requirement, then something that you've tested to show that it's effective. Vulnerability testing is a broad bucket. It covers stuff like input validation. If I throw a bunch of garbage at an input field in a software, how does it react? Does it crash? Does it expose information that could be used for further exploitation? We also talk about vulnerability scanning, which is really just identifying vulnerabilities in components, what ports and services might be open on your device. Static and dynamic code analysis is also lumped into that bucket. And then lastly, penetration testing. This is kind of the be all end all. Does your device actually hold up to a modern day cybersecurity attack? Penetration testing is valuable because it's really where the rubber hits the road. Are the controls you put in place effective? Are you maybe missing controls in your design that are called out in the testing? Is there maybe something faulty with how you've implemented the controls that you've identified? All right, next pillar, labeling. So labeling in general can be provided in different locations depending on the appropriate user. So you have to think when you put together labeling, who's my audience? Am I talking to, depending on your device, am I talking to someone very technically astute in hospital IT that is going to need some detailed technical instructions for how to securely deploy my device in their environment? Or am I talking to a physician who's going to need less technical information? Am I talking about a patient in a home environment who may not have the level of knowledge, and you have to tailor your labeling accordingly? Why this is important, before I get to that, the next bullet point is 14 recommended elements. So not going to go through all the 14 recommended elements. I would kind of look at those though, as you put together your labeling as kind of like a checklist. There may be some instances where some of the recommended elements don't apply to your particular device, but this is something that we look at during reviews, is making sure those main elements are there. The main elements are really boiled down to two things. One is it's ensuring that users have sufficient information to integrate their device securely into the environment, and then that they also have sufficient information to manage risks and updates to their device. That's really the end all be all with labeling, secure deployment, and then secure management of the device over time to make sure that that security posture remains in place. All right, cybersecurity management plan, kind of already gave you a hint of this. So this is kind of that post-market. So the other pillars, like I said before, talk about how do I make my device secure? The cybersecurity management plan is how are you operationalizing, proceduralizing, how you're going to manage cybersecurity throughout the total product lifecycle, whether that's vulnerabilities or incidents. So in the guidance, there's a lot of bullet points in there about some of the elements of a plan. I'm just going to cover some of the highlights. One of the most important ones that is actually called out in the statute is including a coordinated vulnerability disclosure process. This basically refers to having a way by which people external to your company can contact you and tell you about issues with your product, and that you can be proactive about receiving those issues that might have been identified, investigating them, and then deciding what action you may have to take. This CVD process is described a little bit further in the post-market cyber guidance if you're interested. The other thing I want to call out, again, it's about securing your device for the future. Periodic security testing. Your device is secure, so security is never static. You have to constantly be on alert for that your device is going to be exposed to threats, and that whatever controls you put in place yesterday might not be enough for tomorrow. So that's where the importance of periodic security testing comes in. And you would define that based on the risk of your device. This is basically, doing pen testing on some regular cadence to see, are the controls that you've implemented in your marketed device still holding up in the current threat environment. The second part here is a timeline to develop and release patches. This has a statutory hook to it because when I went through in 524B, we talked about the expectation or the requirement, not the expectation, the requirement that you develop and release patches for uncontrolled and controlled risks, vulnerabilities on an acceptable timeline. So if it's uncontrolled, as soon as possible. If it's controlled, during the regular scheduled regular update. But we do look at this. We have issued deficiencies for this. It is important to show that in addition to the timeline that you've set forth in alignment with the statute, is that you can demonstrate that you actually have the ability to actually patch. Most importantly, on those vulnerabilities that are uncontrolled and are going to require, to get a team together quickly, evaluate, develop the patch, test the patch, release the patch. But again, not everything, I haven't included everything, so go to the guidance for more detail on some of the other elements in the plan that we look for. All right, I'm going to do a quick knowledge check. So vulnerability scanning alone is considered sufficient for comprehensive security testing, making penetration testing an optional step. Is that true or false? And it is false. We don't probably see it as much now that we're 3 years in with the law being in effect, but I would say early on, it was not uncommon for us to someone to just give us a vulnerability scan from like Nessus and say, here's our pen test. Like I mentioned before, pen test goes a step further than what a vulnerability scan would do. We expect to see a vulnerability scan because that's really part of the reconnaissance work that's done during pen testing. It's identifying those vulnerabilities. What pen testing is doing next is taking those vulnerabilities and say, can I exploit them? Can I chain together vulnerabilities where maybe individually that vulnerability had a low risk, but if I chain 2 or 3 together, I can actually elevate the risk further. So we really look at, like I said, we look at pen testing as kind of the end all be all. That's where the rubber hits the road. That really tells us whether or not your device and the controls you put in place are adequate. All right, common issues with cybersecurity documentation. So this is meant to help avoid some of the pitfalls and things we commonly see and issue deficiencies for. And I grouped them into 3 buckets. One is security risk management, probably no surprise. We expect to kind of steal from Aneesh a level of detail and threat modeling. We want to know about the blueprint. We want to know how you defined your defenses, how you've proactively thought about the assets in your system and how you're going to protect them. So if that's insufficient, that's kind of a red flag for us, because if threat modeling is inadequate, that leads into potentially the cybersecurity risk assessment being inadequate. If you haven't identified the threats or done threat modeling appropriately, then you probably have an incomplete risk assessment. Issues that we see with risk assessment, probably the biggest one is using probability instead of exploitability. We mentioned in the guidance that you cannot look at security like you do a traditional hardware failure, where you're able to kind of predict physical degradation over time. You cannot predict or anticipate security failures in the same way of software failures and bugs. So that's a common issue that we see. Not defining what your risk methodology is. Maybe focusing just on exploitability. Sometimes we'll see submissions where it's just maybe using CVSS as an example as a way to evaluate. The problem with that is now you're missing that contextualization of risk from a patient safety perspective, which is why in the guidance we talk about the importance of exploitability and severity of patient harm. For one more thing before going to SBOM, was also with security risk assessments, I talked about before the importance of risk control measures. So I want to be able to see traceability. So if you identified a risk control measure, how does that trace into a requirement? Then I can then pull on the thread and see where that was tested. As far as SBOM, you'll be surprised that we see, unfortunately, SBOMs that have outdated, unsupported components. Unfortunately, if you have unsupported components, you actually can't comply with 524B, because if the component's unsupported, then that means there's no way, especially for the third party, there's no way for anyone to provide support for that component. So that's a major issue. And then moving into security architecture, the 2 biggest issues I see is, again, is the detail. Tell us what you actually implemented. If you just say, I encrypted data in transit, you got to tell me more about it. I've encrypted data at rest. I have secure connection from my device to a LIMS system. Well, what did you actually implement? And because that's really what we're looking at in the review is, what is the implementation? And then for security testing, I've kind of given you a hint of some of the issues with penetration testing, but I will say some of the common issues are, I already mentioned one, vulnerability scanning, not a substitute for pen testing. Security requirements testing is not pen testing. Security requirements testing is just saying, did I implement a requirement? Pen testing is saying, is the requirement actually effective? Other issues we say comes with regards to third-party pen testing, which is often done because pen testing is a really unique skill set. If you give a third-party report and there are findings, you have to contextualize, or you should contextualize those findings in the context of your medical device and patient safety impact. The pen tester that's doing a third-party pen test is looking at the findings from a technical perspective. You, as the manufacturer, have to contextualize that for patient safety impact. A lot of times that's missing. Or if your risk methodology is faulty, again, maybe you're using probability to evaluate findings, and you say, well, the probability is low, someone's going to do that. Then you might have a finding that actually should be fixed because based on exploitability and severity of patient harm, it's really unacceptable. So those are the common heavy hitters that we see over and over again over the last 3 years. These are the resources that I mentioned, cybersecurity webpage, pre-market guidance, post-market guidance. And then I'll just go into the summary. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have to wrap up because we actually need to move on to the next session, but please, yes.
Yeah, so summary is, first one, there's law. It's not a recommendation or best practice. It's legally required. Use the pre-market guidance as a roadmap to help you comply with the statute. And then I've listed out some of the common deficiencies that you'll see in pre-market submissions. Try to avoid those to ensure a smooth review process.
Right. Thank you, everybody. Please join me in thanking Justin. So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but you can tell Justin has a lot of information to share, and will be available for the one-on-one session at the end of the day with our in-person attendees. But thank you so much for that. I know that there's just you could talk all day on this topic and have. So we really appreciate your being here, and thank you very much for joining. For those of you online, I'm sorry if the slides dropped for a few minutes there. Hopefully you were able to see most of the presentation, and we've recovered at this point. So we'll try to look for ways to fix that when we post the recording later. All right. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Aldo Badano. Oh, I'm stuck again. Okay. All right, Aldo, if you want to come on up. And Aldo, again, is the Director of Diagnostic and Imaging and Software Diagnostics. I know the acronym, I don't know. There we go. Division of Imaging, Diagnostics, and Software Reliability. We always speak in acronyms, so that's what I know here at CDRH. And we'll be talking about some regulatory science challenges in AI-enabled medical devices.
Thank you, Michelle. Very good. Well, this is the last talk, so you've always, I'm happy to be here. We made it to the last talk. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aldo Badano. I'm with the DITSER division in the Office of Science and Engineering Labs in CDRH. Today, we're going to explore one of the most dynamic areas in medical device innovation, as we've seen in all the comments so far through the day. AI in medical devices. Specifically, I'll walk you through some of the regulatory science challenges that we face in the evaluation of AI-enabled medical devices, and I'll share some practical tools and approaches that hopefully can help you navigate these challenges as you develop your products. Short disclaimer. So we are living, I think it's obvious to everybody in this room and everybody in the world, in an AI revolution, a special moment, a moment that's going to introduce a lot of change. This transformation is fundamental, but it's also far-reaching. And these three numbers tell you, I think, tell the story very clearly. Every day we get a new model, a new architecture, a new approach. That's a lot of innovation. In 5 months, we doubled the compute power, enabling additional features and capabilities in the models. And this one I had to double check, but it is true. 1,000 articles are published in AI every day. I checked earlier this week, the archive preprint server released 52 papers in one day, only on the topic of AI benchmarks, which is a very small subset of the AI field. So clearly a moment. And from radiology to pathology, cardiology, ophthalmology, AI algorithms are becoming integrated more and more in the clinical workflows at an unprecedented pace. And this is the chart that shows the authorizations of AI-enabled medical devices in the last few, decades. The upward trajectory is very steep, as you see. And the point here is that there's, based on current trends, this increase will not slow down. As technologies mature, developmental tools become more and more available and sophisticated, clinical evidence accumulates, of course, we will expect to see this continually increasing growth in AI device submissions. And that is both, as you know, an opportunity and a challenge, an opportunity for innovators to bring transformative technologies to patients, but it's also a challenge for the regulatory system because we do need to ensure that these technologies are safe, effective, and perform as intended across patient populations. In this moment, we see the FDA role as making sure that the best new technologies are authorized in a responsible way and with patients in mind. This data is publicly available. All right, so learning objectives. I'm going to introduce you to the concept of the regulatory science tools and how you may leverage those in product development and evaluation. I'm going to describe the regulatory science challenges in the evaluation of healthcare AI, and I'm going to focus most of the talk on synthetic data and how that can be an enabling technology for the evaluation, development and evaluation. Let's start with regulatory science tools. In the simplest form, a regulatory science tool is a science-based approach that help assess medical devices. And examples include bench test methodologies that can evaluate device performance under control conditions, computational pipelines that can analyze outputs systematically, and well-characterized data sets that can be used to supplement training or test sets. First, these are voluntary and can be maybe used. You're not required to use them, but they are available as resources to support your development efforts. Second, they can be applied across the entire life cycle of your device, from early research and de-risking of concepts through the regulatory submission and even in post-market setting. And third, and most importantly, perhaps the intent is really to ease the evaluation burden by providing validated, scientifically sound methodologies. RSTs, what we call regulatory science tools, allow you to focus on the things you do best, which is developing great new technology, and not so much on how to evaluate the technology. Okay, so regulatory science tools exist in a range or a spectrum of regulatory acceptance, right? Many of you are familiar with several or all of the points here. On the left, we have yes, we have the peer-reviewed articles, which carry some, it carries some information and can be used in some contexts. And on the other side, we have the standards, which are international or national recognized standard documents and methodologies that are well-defined and broadly accepted. In the middle, you have, and there's been several descriptions of the MDDT, medical device development tools, which have a very narrow context of use and are very useful tools to evaluate medical devices. And of course, you're all familiar with guidance documents. The regulatory science tools are somewhere in between the peer review articles and the MDDTs. They are published with a faster cadence. We have about 100 of them available in our catalog, and we have many more in the queue in response to the challenges that the community faces. And what's the impact of RSTs? They've been used so far, and this is a fairly new program of about a few years now, in over 1,300 submissions, pre-market submissions by sponsors. And they've covered across 536 product codes. And importantly, they've been used in all of the CDRH product offices. So this is not really a niche type of tool that you can use for one type of device. These are some of them, of course, there's a range, but some of them are very broad, and you can use them to develop and assess your devices. I have some examples there from left to right, radiation transfer codes that are very fast, techniques to test CT image reconstruction, some tools for headsets in terms of virtual and augmented reality, and then a decision tree for choosing the metric that most appropriately represents the study that you want to pursue. Okay, so let's move on to the second learning objective. Describe the regulatory science tools for the evaluation of medical devices, the challenges in the evaluation. First, all here know that all the AI techniques are essentially data-driven, which means that the quality of the outputs depends very strongly on how large your data set is for training and tuning. They require enormous data sets. Unlike a traditional device, where you might test function with a defined set of maybe a handful or a small number of tests in the lab, algorithms need to be trained and validated on very large, representative, and well-characterized data sets. Acquiring these data sets is very expensive. Second, as Aneesh talked about it in the previous talk, models are updated frequently. I would say very frequently. And we've seen this with some of the numbers that I showed at the beginning. And then third and fourth is the AI performance varies depending on the application of the patient population that they're applied to. So you may train on a particular population, and then when using a different population, you may see changes in performance. So that is another challenge, because usually we test on one population. And yeah, it may be that we have some considerations with respect to matching the test population with the intended population. But sometimes when these devices go out in deployment, they may see changes. For instance, devices trained on a particular scanner, so let's say a CT scanner, and images from a CT scanner, might not do very well when trained with images from another CT scanner. And CT scanners come, and new versions of them come in the market very often. So this raises, of course, a challenge for the evaluation. Finally, continuous learning algorithms. This idea that the device is deployed and is fixed it's going to be a challenge, because most of these devices tend to learn as more data becomes available and better architectures are implemented. So the traditional and established evaluation paradigms in many of these cases fall short. I'm going to show you here the 5 areas that our center has defined in terms of regulatory science priorities for research in the field of AI medical devices. I'm not going to go through all of them. I will cover a little bit more in depth the synthetic data component, but we have also areas of tools and methodologies in the performance assessment, development of data sets, computational testing platforms, and of course, this is a very active, ongoing research program that, and the goal is to align the evaluation methodologies with the pace of innovation. So let me move on to the third learning objective, which is about synthetic data tools in AI-enabled medical devices. Let's start by defining what we mean. Synthetic data are data created artificially, intended to represent the structure, properties, and relationships seen in patient data, except that they do not contain any information about any particular individual. Synthetic data are examples that have been partially or fully generated using computational techniques rather than acquired from a human subject by a physical system. The generation process can be fully based on first principles, physics, math models of biology and disease, or can be data-driven, meaning you have patient data and you trained an algorithm to generate samples that represent the patient data that you had. Now that we have defined synthetic data, let me show you why it matters. And to do this, I will compare patient data with synthetic data in this table. Patient data, of course, it has significant strengths and is very useful, of course. It reflects real-world complexity, all the biological variability and technical imperfections, clinical context that sometimes it's very difficult to represent in a model. It captures true variability of the clinical practice, and obviously those are very important considerations. However, it has limitations. Ground truth is often uncertain. When we image a patient, we rarely know precisely what is it that is in the patient. We can estimate it with an image, but we don't know exactly what it is. Sample sizes are constrained by recruiting, feasibility, and cost. So studies typically are expensive, slow, and logistically very burdensome to conduct. There may be ethical considerations in exposing patients to risks, especially radiation imaging, for instance. And there's a high additional burden of consent, IRB review, and compliance in all fronts. Now, in synthetic data, there are no patient risks. We can generate unlimited data. And a few years ago, I said that, and people didn't believe, really, because, of course, you need to have a cluster, you need to run compute pipelines. But it's really at the point where even a toddler can go online and run one of these generative apps to generate images of any kind within seconds. So we're getting there. We can adjust variability to fit your study, and it's cheaper and faster than patient data and less logistically burdensome. It has been mentioned also that synthetic data can be used to explore conditions that will be very difficult to explore with patients. For instance, rare diseases is a prime example. I also will mention pediatrics in the next set of slides. So in summary here, patient data and synthetic data are complementary, and used together strategically, they may provide a more comprehensive device evaluation. So now I'm going to do a quick test to see how many of you have endured the day and are still awake. So these are 2 images. One of them is from a patient. The other one is completely made up with our CDRH computational models, developed all in-house here in this campus. Those of you who think the patient is on the left, raise your hand. I'll give you 3 seconds. Who thinks, thank you very much, I would say about 25. Who thinks is on the right? about 25. So very good. So I was able to fool you. So about half of you think it's one, about half of you think it's the other. This is not uncommon. I don't know how many mammographers we have in the room, but these are 8 lesions, 8 breast masses from a mammogram, in a mammogram presentation. 4 of them are from a patient, and 4 are false or fake or made up synthetic data. I'll give you 3 seconds. These are from a patient. Okay, so quick test. Now let me tell you the 3 most cited concerns for synthetic data that we've been hearing all along. First of all, synthetic data is not realistic enough. My response is that maybe that is correct, that it's not realistic enough, that's not perfectly realistic. However, the actual question that is more important for us in this context is, does it provide the type of evidence that we need to make a regulatory decision? And so that's a different, very different question. We need fit for purpose and high quality synthetic data. As you could see in the experiment in the previous slide, which was the visual Turing test. So I show you simulated and real, and humans were not able to distinguish which one was which. It's largely becoming irrelevant because, as you know, and we've been talking about this, we're using synthetic data not for humans, but to train algorithms. So the testing of the data that you have to do, which should certainly include algorithms as well. The second claim is, oh, there's a lot of patient data. Why are you bothering with generating synthetic data? Well, it's true, there's a lot of patient data, but some of it may be messy. Quality of the data, maybe labels are uncertain or maybe incomplete, and there's privacy concerns. Sorry. And then the third one is, oh, I've tested some of the synthetic data sets that are available, and my algorithm doesn't perform as well than testing on training on human data. And I say, well, it's true, but there is synthetic data, high quality, very useful, and there's synthetic data, low quality, not so useful. Actually, it may degrade the performance of your algorithm because it may not be representative of the patient features, and it ends up decreasing the performance of your algorithm. So. All right, so very quickly, I'm going to give you a timeline of where we've been and where we are in the last maybe 10 years. We've been working on this for a long time. And all of these data is from our CDRH research labs. I'll start back in 2018, where we published the first all in silico clinical trial comparing digital breast tomosynthesis with full field digital mammography. We concluded at that point that if the company would spend 7 years and considerable resources would have done the in silico instead, we would have reached essentially the same regulatory decision. More recently, we took the similar pipelines and addressed one of the limitations of the Victory study, which was we use one type of mass. So we started thinking about, well, that's probably a big limitation. Let's grow our mass collection in silico. And if you could, I don't know if you can click in the video there. It's not working. Very good. If you were to see the video, you would see that we can grow. Oh, thank you. Excellent. You will see a breast mass grow in the environment and reflecting the microenvironment, including ligaments and ducts that makes the shape of the mass adapted to the local environment. I'm going to move on to 2023, where we release tens of thousands of images, the mammography images, obtained with a completely synthetic pipeline. This is one of the tools in the catalog. They look like this when you look at them in the catalog. that allows developers to employ the data sets themselves or to download the full pipeline. Is completely open source, so you can run and design your studies. And maybe you're interested in more in dense breast or fatty breast, and then you can build your synthetic populations to your liking. And of course, another area where synthetic data is quite attractive is in pediatrics. I will talk a little bit about this, but very briefly, you can see here that most image processing that's based on AI is typically designed with adults in mind, meaning adults in the training, and fails when used in pediatric cases, especially with very small patients, very young patients. On the left, you'll see, I'll talk about it. I have a better version of this in an upcoming slide. And finally, T-Synth, which is the tool was released last Friday, is similar to M-Synth, but for 3D mammography, for breast tomosynthesis. And I'll talk about that. I have to say that one of the first authors is in the room, Dr. Samarkeva, so thank you for that. So in this particular case, I show there the pipeline. We start with a model of the breast, we compress, we image, we insert a lesion. And what I'm going to highlight here, I don't have a pointer, right? Okay. What I'm going to highlight here is that because it's completely synthetic, we know every pixel and every voxel completely accurately. And so, for instance, we have maps of all the tissue types, and there's no ambiguity. When you do, for instance, the developers that are looking at using algorithms to estimate risk based on tissue density or breast density, are often very confused, and sometimes in the sense that when you have a patient population, you estimate what's the density and where's the tissue, but it's just an estimate. And usually it's a poor estimate because the spatial resolution is not great. With synthetic data, we know everything down to the micron level. And as you can see in the graph, in this particular case, this is one of the examples that I think, a few examples I've seen where supplementing real patient data studies with synthetic data actually may improve the performance of the device. As you see, the orange curve is higher than the blue curve, which is only with patient data. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about pediatric. I'm almost done. So you can see on the left side here, there's on the left side of the left panel, adults, top and bottom. You can see that on the top is the conventional analytical projection reconstruction system based on filter back projection for a 58-year-old adult. And in the bottom, you see that there's an AI denoiser, an AI algorithm that removes noise from the image that works really well. And you can see pretty obvious, I think, even in this projector, that the images look less noisy. On the second column, you see the same technique applied to a newborn CT. Obviously, the noise reduction is not present. And there's no surprise because it was not developed to do that. It was trained on adults. So what we've done, and this is work of Dr. Nelson, who left the agency last year, and others, what we showed is that you can use synthetic data to supplement the large adult population data and make sure that the algorithms work well for pediatric population. On the right panel, you see before and after adding the synthetic data, and you see that there is some reduction in the noise using the addition of the synthetic data. This is also a tool that's available in the catalog. And the final one is I'm going to talk about. I said that there's high quality synthetic data and low quality synthetic data. it's becoming more and more important to actually measure the quality of synthetic data. And what we've done last year is to publish an approach to evaluate quantitatively synthetic data sets. This was published in Communications Engineering Journal. And again, the first author of this manuscript is with us in the room. So thank you, Dr. Samsi. We've proposed 7 C's. Congruence, so I'm going to just cover 2 of them. Congruence refers to the realism and the fidelity of the synthetic data with respect to the patient data. Does it have the right relevant characteristics in the images, in the signals? That's captured in the congruence or alignment dimension. And coverage is pretty important. It was mentioned several times before. Representativeness of the population of testers with respect to the intended population. Does it contain the range of variability needed for the evaluation? Again, it's not only about patient variability, it could be image system variability, it could be practice variability, and so forth. I have a quick inset here to show you that this is all based on quantitative analysis of the relationship between the patient and synthetic data across different distributional features. They help us to quantitatively understand where the data may be misaligned and make corrections. Also, for developers, this is something that you can use to say, well, yeah, maybe if you're pre-training a model, maybe you can go with low quality data. But if you're actually going to train and test especially, you should make sure that these distributions match and the synthetic data represents the patient data that you intended your device to be used on. All right, knowledge check. Is the use of RSTs, regulatory science tools, in AI device submissions mandatory? No? Yes? All right, very good. Everybody got it right, I think. It's completely voluntary. These are some of the resources that I mentioned. The Regulatory Science Catalog, the second, it's a very easy website to remember, and some of the publications and websites for you. In summary, we've developed, the center has developed a number of open source code pipelines and data sets that are available to developers in our RST catalog with a focus on AI. These evaluation methodologies are always being in need of being modified and adapted to the technological improvements and new technologies. And high quality synthetic data may have a major role to play in regulatory evaluation and also in development of devices.
Thank you very much, Aldo. Please join me in thanking Aldo for joining us today. All right, so we're going to open up for questions right now. We'll start with an online question. Giselle, do you have an online question for us? We can't hear you. Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. Okay, so the first question we have, how do I access specific RST data sets or tools?
That's a great question. The first link that you should go to is the RST catalog. It's an FDA website that lists all the tools. But then if you go into each one of them, then depending on the nature of the tool, it will have links to where the code is. We use GitHub a lot, but there may be other options. Or if this is a data set, we've used a number of platforms, including Hugging Face, for instance, where we store large quantities of data for you to download.
All right, thank you. We'll take the question in the room next.
Thank you so much for giving that talk. It's always eye-opening to see what synthetic data is out there. I have a question related to using AI medical devices as regulatory science tools. So let me think of a hypothetical example. Say you have a predictive AI algorithm that is intended to be used on patients with heart valve replacement or repair, and it gives you a prognosis, and it tells you their survivability after 10 years. This AI algorithm has been through FDA review. It's on the market. Is there a pathway where we can kind of say that this is a validated regulatory science tool, and now medical device manufacturers for heart valves can use it to generate synthetic data for long-term follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And it points to, I'm going to answer it, but first I'm going to say that it points to this concept where obviously you will have tools, AI tools, like the one you just described, as inputs to other tools, which generates a complexity that has implications for evaluation. But that's a separate topic. There may be a pathway. I think you, if you need, or if if that's desired, you could apply it under the MDDT program, Medical Device Development Tool, that will give you an FDA review and be granted to you that the tool is useful for a specific type of device. Now, I have to say also that most of medical device development tools and regulatory science tools are on the evaluation side, not necessarily on the measurement side of patient conditions. So it may be your tool described, it is certainly a device. We'll need to see how to formulate in a way that it could be a tool. There may be other avenues like a master file where you include your device descriptions that other device manufacturers can reference without it being a tool, or MDT or RST. Sorry for the convoluted answer. But if you are interested in that, the MDDT program has a pre-meeting option that you can give them a call, and they will answer better than I. I think that's probably the best route.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. Giselle, do we have an online question?
We do. Wouldn't a big negative of synthetic data generation be the burden to validate it as representative? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me restart that. Wouldn't a big negative of synthetic data generation be the burden to validate it as representative and/or accurate?
Yes, I think it's a challenging part of understanding synthetic data, how to evaluate the quality. But one of the what I would say is that once you do it once, then you can use the synthetic data set in a number of experiments, which still is a favorable proposition, because if you're using patients, you need another trial or you have a modification of your device, you need to go and get additional patients' data, right? So if a synthetic data set is demonstrated, validated, or evaluated versus some criteria, then you could use it in a number of instances. But yeah, that's certainly, I think, the synthetic data field, and this is not unique to medical applications. We've seen this in other areas. There's a lot of outputs, new methods to generate synthetic data. Then there's a natural, maybe we should look at the quality and how to evaluate that. That's the second step. And the third step is actually how to understand the comparison between the patient data in particular settings. So can you replace your patients with synthetic versions of them? That's further down. I think if I may say, maybe we're in the second stage where we're trying to understand. We know that we can generate a lot of data. We know it's pretty good, but now we need to set up some constraints about the quality of that.
Thank you, Aldo. We have a question in the room.
Thank you for the great presentation. Very good examples with regards to the use of synthetic imaging in AI applications. And thank you for the context with regards of the use of synthetic data in rare disorders and pediatric populations. My question is with regards to any comments or applicability for synthetic data use in more traditional types of data. And for example, more traditional clinical studies?
Yes, well, let me tell you, for instance, that as you've heard during the entire day, there's of course a great interest in post-market monitoring of AI devices, and one of the challenges in post-market monitoring is that, say, you have a new version of the model, or you need some changes, and maybe according to your PCCP, you might need to run some tests. Run some tests means you need data, and usually a lot of data. And what we've seen is that, okay, we can talk about pre-market, this is a one time, but if you're going to do this post-market monitoring and you need a lot of data, and you need it like, every 6 months, it becomes really very onerous, and in some cases impossible, because, for instance, cancer has low prevalence. You need to image thousands of cases to get a cancer. We've seen that maybe synthetic approaches might be useful in achieving that level of monitoring and allowing you to use data that otherwise is really very, very difficult to obtain with patients. So post-market is another area. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're out of time now, but thank you so much, Aldo. I'm going to turn it to you for your call to action.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for all the questions as well. Well, go and explore the catalog. Here's the website. We have a number of evaluation tools available, as I said. And maybe the final thought, we put out these tools in response to stakeholder engagement, which involves primarily industry and others as well. But if you find that one tool is missing some component that you would see is favorably to your case, or you would like to see other types of tools, please don't hesitate to let us know. We have a mailbox in that website, and we really pay a lot of attention to your feedback.
All right, I know it's been a long day and you guys probably want to stand up. So I want to say thank you again for joining us. A couple of reminders. The recordings will be posted at the end of the program after day 2 tomorrow, so look for it later in the week. If you do plan to submit for credit, you can continuing education credit from SOCRA, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP. The evaluation certificate is available for 2 weeks only once you received the survey. And then you'll have access to the certificate of attendance after that. Thank you to everybody in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education and our colleagues, CDER and CBER, for being here. Thank you to all of our presenters, our organizing committee, and all of you for being here in person and online. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2, starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We do have so that's the close of our online program. We'll do one-on-one sessions with the afternoon presenters right now until 4:50 for those of you in the room. Thanks to those of you who are joining us online. We are going to close the online program right now. Thank you.